Yeah. Peace and salute to everybody. Let's see if my new intro works.
Fight the power like BITCHUTE.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Yeah. The song is called Tyranny by Prodigy. From Mobb Deep, rest in peace.
This is not a Hollywood blockbuster. The planes crashing into these towers are real. And these buildings crashed to the ground, including one that wasn't hit by anything at all. The American population was terrorized, hypnotized, and traumatized by repetitive showings of the devastation, with the media repeating over and over that it was a terrorist attack.
Yeah. My confidence is up. I believe with all my soul. I could do anything that I put my heart into. I spend all of my time focused in the lab, coming up with these songs, mastering my craft. Cause I'ma need that boat and one of them aircrafts. God gave me a life, and I'ma live this shit. So what's up? Don't get your head bust up. You in my way, young brother. Get out my way, young brother, or I'ma run you down. You should have accepted my offer. Brush me off like it's nothing. I understand, no, it's okay. Run along now, you interrupting. The illest rap still active. More dope than all of my past shit. I was just a boy, I was only 19, but my mind be on some more next shit. Race don't matter. Your faith don't matter. The enemy is government tyranny. All that other shit don't matter. My confidence like armor. I know with all my being that I could do anything. I just work hard and I achieve it. Now watch me create money for the next 300 years, so my great grandkids will eat food off of these words I'm saying here. Yeah, I wrote this with you in mind. I'm so far ahead of my time. My body will never catch up to where my brain is at. Sometime I gotta slow down and pace myself. I'm going too much over your head. My school of thought like the Essenes, and some secrets are best kept sacred. It's one big religious war with these old books. Who's wrong or right? Who cares? Wake up, they diverting our attention to what's really going on right here, right now. Toxic food is causing cancer, you don't have to smoke. Toxic politicians, the system is rigged, but go ahead and vote. Race don't matter. Your faith don't matter. The enemy is government tyranny. All that other shit don't matter. You rich don't matter. You broke don't matter. The enemy ain't threatening our liberties. All the other shit don't matter.
Yo, it's a cold April morning under the constellation Aries. The moon was 85% under the luminaries. From the celestial waters to the womb, my soul was carried, and my mother gave birth to a warrior visionary. But when I speak this truth, I feel like nobody hears me. But every once in a while, like the sight to someone blind, floating on their globe in the heliocentric lie. Dilate the pupils the more they open their eyes. The truth is hidden in plain sight like a disguise. Until my mother's death is revenge, I won't be satisfied. I still remember the phone call I got when she died. I'm about to write something to this beat. I'm about to smash this beat into pieces. Yeah. A puppet on the string. A puppet on the string. What's going on today is so sickening. But there ain't no rest for the wicked. Fresh out the darkness, blinded by the sun. There isn't an obstacle I couldn't overcome. I am God, the devil, the angels, the rebels. Fresh out the darkness, blinded by the sun. There isn't an obstacle I couldn't overcome. I am God, the devil, the angels, the rebels. I'm stuck on that part. Fresh out the darkness, blinded by the sun. There isn't an obstacle I couldn't overcome. I am God, the devil, the angels, the rebel, the last warrior standing after the smoke settles. A puppet on the string. About to write a dope verse to that. Peace to S and Yolanda, even though nobody's here. Shit, I was looking at beats by this beat maker called Stu Bangas, and he's got beats for 600. That ain't bad. If people know who Stu Bangas is, he made beats for everybody. Flat Earth Nation, peace. Misael, peace. And S, peace. Cause I'm serious about making this EP, even though I have to start from scratch because everything I wrote for that album got destroyed on my phone that broke because I didn't save it like a smart person would on a chip. So now I'm starting from ground zero. But I want to do an EP called Fuck the One World Government. I want to make a cover and make it free for everybody. I want people like Sir Drop on it, Frenchy Kush. I want people from the community that got skills, whether they make beats. I don't want to use like other people's beats. I want to use, you know, Even Renegade makes music, so you know, I want pure talent, like, you know, even having Frenchie Kush and Sir Drop, two dope lyricists right there. Yeah, I know. London too. I've been told London, man, I want to make a track with him, but I don't know. One day he said, it's like I write poetry. And I said, bro, what do you think hip hop is? It's poetry. Yes, you have some cool videos, Flat Earth Nation. You have some good, I thought that video you showed was the moon with the 4 stars aligned with it. It was it's freaking Jupiter with the moons. But yeah, some really good footage. If people want good footage of the stars or the moon or the sun, check out Flat Earth Nation, man. He's got some good stuff. Peace, Tony Taylor. Yeah, Jupiter. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's what I try to tell people, Flat Earth Nation. Um, you know, I tell people, man, you if we had a street that was 10 miles long, just flat, you could barely see down the street. You know, you can't even see who's coming up the street. If just, you know, let alone look up and see light years away, right? 95, and then people say, well, the sun is 20 times the size of Earth. And I'm like, really? So why, when it comes over the horizon, it doesn't, it's so little, right? It don't even make sense. All the stuff. If you put some common sense, the heliocentric lie falls apart very quick. Yeah, is that from that video where the airplane guy was flying over the sun and the sun was below them in the clouds? I wonder how true that is. I think the sun travels up and down like a roller coaster, but it also has an analemma too. It travels in that 8 sideways. in between its destinations, in between its I don't know what to call it. Peace, Marcel. Yeah, it sucks, man. This stupid hotspot. I tried everything to get around the hotspot, and it don't make sense. Like, you know, if I use hotspot on my laptop, it's still using the same gigabytes. So I don't know why they only, with unlimited everything, they limit my fucking hotspot. It don't make any sense. So now I can't share, and that's starting to piss me off. I think I'm gonna invest in just cable internet because it's ridiculous. I like to share when I'm online. Show I have a bunch of new pictures I want to show, and I can't. I found some real dope old pictures to show that they were using blimps to bomb a lot of these cities they say were on fire. And they had lights on these blimps. This is the 1800s now, about world civil war time. When they said people were living in tents, when they had cities with buildings that the taller people built. Just like in Brussels, there's that huge building that, you know, just by analyzing you can tell it wasn't built by people our size. And the architecture is just beyond supreme. It trumps anything that was built today. It makes the, what's that building in New York City now, the One World Trade Trash? It makes that look like a freaking outhouse. Peace, faceplant. Yeah, I might switch over. But it's been such a fucked up month. This is one of the worst months I've had in the whole year this year. Once the whatchamacallit starts, the landslide, forget about it. I feel like everything's falling apart. Anyway, hopefully other people are having a good day. Morning, afternoon, night, wherever you are on this plane of existence. Like, I've even taken pictures of flat earth. I've even taken pictures flat earth nation of the street lamps when it's foggy. And then I showed pictures of the sun where the light bends out of the clouds like a triangle. And I tell people now that's a local light. And people be like, no, but you know, they have 100 million excuses. The metal statues can't be duplicated. We don't have the recipes. Yeah, I got this old map from the 1800s that shows over 10,000 buildings in Chicago were burned out in that alleged fire, right? Bricks don't burn out. That's why they use bricks for fireplaces, right? It's so common sense, easy to put two and two together. And look at some, like, I've seen tons of buildings in my city that have caught on fire that were brick and they've never fallen over. I'm not saying it ain't possible, but 10,000 buildings caught on fire from one fire? No way. Yeah, the angle of incidence doesn't lie. I put all question marks because I don't, for now on, unless I have a set topic or like a presentation, I'm just putting question marks because every time I title something, it seems to go left or right. So I title it after and see what the topics we were talking about. Like yesterday was awesome. I don't know what topics, if anyone has any ideas. I kind of want to just, I don't really have a set topic. I don't know what to really discuss. Yeah, it's 10,000 houses. I wish I could show the pictures. Maybe I'll make a short video that I could upload and show them real quick. If anyone wants to come up and discuss anything, hit the link. I gotta pin that link. Hold on. A short video. Peace, Mind's Eye. I'm gonna have to invert back to the old ways and create a short video of these pictures like I used to do before I had a laptop. So never forget where you come from. Let's see. Don't take long at all. Why is that looking like this? Oh. You ever heard of the White Fleet? Or son, this is 1800s the White Fleet. It's 1800s. Navy ships. Let me see. All right. Just a few pictures. I'm not going to get too crazy. Just make sure everything is good in the hood. "30 seconds. Should I make it longer? Let's see if I could zoom in on this picture. How could I break this in half? Okay, hold on. I'm trying to show this picture, but I figured out I could zoom in and really show it. So do this. Because there's a bunch of these ships from the 1800s, you know, and they try to tell people they weren't advanced. Man, this is a long picture. It's a huge fleet. Anyway. Here we go. Oops. Hold on. Anyway, my bad. Let's see. I'm uploading this video. This No, nothing happened to my laptop, Marcel. It's the on my phone I use the hotspot to use the internet on my laptop. And you know, unless I pay more money to extend the hotspot, they only give you a certain amount, and it don't make sense because I have unlimited everything. You know, I have unlimited internet, phone, text, whatever. So the other day it said I had 10% left and I used it up. So now it won't connect. And that's bullshit because I've had other phones where I would always use the hotspot and never had a problem. Now all of a sudden it's limited. Like I don't get that because it don't matter. You're still using the same gigabytes as you would through the phone. So I got to figure out about that because even when I can't share stuff, it makes the live stream just boring to me unless we're having a good build. Peace, Joe King. What's up, Faceplant?
Hey, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep. Loud and
Yeah,
clear.
that thing about the moon, like there was a partial eclipse on Saturday, and just any eclipse, like you don't see the moon before, during, or after the eclipse. You just see a shadow in front of the sun. If it was the moon, you would see the fucking craters and everything of the sun shining off the moon, right? During eclipse, but you don't just see a shadow. And
Hold on, you're kind of borging out.
after and before the eclipse, you don't. So I'm saying it's the moon that is the eclipse. It can't be.
Yeah, it's got to be Rahu or Ketu, or they have some sort of, you know, if the light's coming, like maybe the dome or the firmament or whatever the hell is like a prism. Maybe the light comes from the center and it goes straight up and out. Well, I don't know. I don't know how it works, but something's doing these eclipses.
Yeah, we don't know what's happening. Like they show us the stuff and tell us about it, but nobody really puts it together. Like
You're borging out.
like nobody's thinking about it.
Where are you, outside? No. Come on, video. Bubbles of darkness. Peace, Orphan Annie. Come on, this video's taking forever to upload. Alright, that's done. Fuck. Now it's too long. It's
I guess you couldn't see that little mushroom in the pot there. Magic or not magic?
Somebody was saying start at 120. You will see the. So that's from the eclipse. Because I've seen eclipses where the sun was being eclipsed and the moon was off to the right. So there is other bodies of that they're not speaking about, like Rahu and Ketu or the black nodes or whatever people want to call it. There's other bodies. Because even in the book of Enoch, you know, whatever, it's a book, but it states and talks about it, and other cosmologies have it, and other tribes all over this realm, our ancestors talk about it. So there's definitely more than the sun and moon.
Have you ever looked at the moon with some binoculars?
Yeah.
Yeah, you notice if it's 200,000 miles away, you would think the focus on the binoculars would be right to the full, like infinity. But you have to dial it back to make the moon in focus. Now, if you take that same focus and point it at an airplane, you're adjusting the focus as the airplane's going downrange, and the airplane looks farther away than the moon does. So that tells me that the moon is some kind of a projection, like a hologram. And
yeah, you could see through it.
I saw another video. This guy sent a drone just straight up with a camera on it, a balloon just straight up with a camera on it. And it was like a 3-hour video. And as it went up, the blue of the sky disappeared. And I think if the moon was visible, but it wasn't in that video, I think if the moon was visible and you flew at it, it would disappear. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've seen stars through the moon. You can see the sky through the moon. And the crazy part is the moon still lights up during the day when the sun is out. So is the moon brighter than the sun, or a lesser light?
Yeah, it's definitely not the reflection of the sun.
Right.
You can tell that just by the eclipse. You don't even see the moon. You don't even see the sun reflecting off the moon during an eclipse.
Yeah, I've seen stars through the moon, planets, or wandering stars. I've seen them. There's pictures of them. There's video of it. You can see the sky through the moon. The moon is see-through. I personally, if people want to, you know, have their own perception of it. Me, I don't think it's a rock spinning up there where you can land on it. It rotates like a clock, if anything, and there's no dark side of the moon. You know.
You ever hear that at the end of that Pink Floyd song? Trying to remember the name of the song. But anyway, at the end of the song, it says they have that talking through the music at the end of the song. And the guy says, there is no dark side of the moon, really. Matter of fact, it's all dark.
If you want, Flat Earth Nation, you could come up and explain, because I'm interested now what your perception of the moon. You know, I don't down anyone's perception if that's how they see it. You know, I'm not here to argue with people. I'm just interested because, you know, maybe there's something I missed. And especially because you have the cameras and equipment and you've seen probably the moon a lot. So, but I'm just through my own eyes. Like the other day I seen the moon. To me, I've rarely seen the crescent shaped like a U. And I have pictures of a lot of woman deities standing on the crescent moon, just like it was the other day. It was such a sliver. Hold on. I gotta send a thing to Michigander.
Just that thing of focusing the binoculars on the moon tells me it's not far away. So, and it can't be a solid object.
Solid. It could be a picture too, like what's his name says. Always forget his name. He has a good channel.
And the fact that it's cold on top of a mountain and it's hot at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. So the sun's focal point, it's like maybe it's reflecting off of the firmament like a magnifying glass and a reflector at the same time.
Could be a map of this place, a high picture. Who knows? What the fuck?
It seems like the chemtrailing is strategic too, to hide what's in the sky at certain times of the day in certain areas.
Divergent, but that other one, Marcel, the guy who Divergent always uses his stuff. He's the one who got the moon mapped out. Because if you look at the levels, the moon is probably up in, there's different gases which create these lights. You know, I just have my perception. I've never flown up there, but I'm pretty sure the sun and the moon aren't, you know, the sun isn't no gas ball floating up there, or a ball of fire.
The atmosphere would work as a lens too, right? The water vapor alone in the atmosphere would act as a lens.
Peace, Michigander, Olsen Yemi. But the moon, and one thing I can say about the moon, man, it's an interesting body of light, or whatever we want to call it. The moon has always intrigued me, and it's so mysterious of how it's getting, like, it's almost like a dark body is going in front of the moon all month to make, you know, to show the month. It's almost like a hourglass, but not an hourglass, more like it reminds me of like your gas meter, you know, when the moon's full and it's empty. It's like losing energy the more the dark covers it. Also shows the months. Now, there's been a lot of speculation on, oh, the Earth used to, people have said the moon's an old sun. Nah, I don't know about that. But, and I've also heard, well, the moon was man-made. That's a possibility because there's a lot of the old cosmology I've seen, which they only talk about a sun. Now, I don't know if these people were sun worshippers to the fullest and they didn't care about the moon, but from what I know, a lot of farmers
Yeah,
use the moon.
there's
So,
speculation on what it was, but we don't even know what it is. We're not even paying attention to it telling us what it is right now. Right? You can speculate forever about this used to be that and that used to be this, but you're just guessing, right?
I don't know about guess. Well, if you got like so-called evidence, it's really not guessing. You're just going by the evidence presented. But the question really is the evidence 100% truthful? Like,
Yeah, and like somehow we assume that the moon causes the tides,
no
right?
way.
Yeah, it's impossible.
You could. Someone made this statement. I think it's Bro Sanchez. He said, "Well, how come when you go to the ocean, your cup of soda and the glass doesn't get, disturbed if the energy's coming from the moon?" And that makes sense. Um, people some people it sounds stupid, but it's true. I personally think the energy is coming from the vortex at the center, or the magnetic mountain is creating the tides. There's what they leave out in today's maps is there is vortexes in the ocean. They're on old maps all over, especially up near the north, near the pole. There's vortexes.
Thing about tides is they don't happen everywhere, and some places they happen different. There could be 2 or 3 tides in the day, or one tide during the day. It's not the sea going up and down, it's the land going up, and the land is breathing.
I never heard that one before. The land's breathing.
Yeah, I said it here before that it makes sense that it's the land breathing, going up and down, and not the sea, because the sea level stays the same, right? Where there's no tide, it'll be the sea level will stay the same, but where there's a tide, the land goes up and down.
I think, there's some sort of a cycle with this water. When I say a vortex, I mean like a whirlpool, like a drain in your tub. There's a few of them on these old maps. And there's also the anode and the cathode mountains that are on either side of Mount Meru. Now, there's some sort of a cycle, whether the water above trickles down and the water below, it's a cycle. But I don't know how everything works. That's why I want to travel, man, and see from my own eyes and figure it out. Yeah, Vibes of Cosmos. That's it, Marcel. Frequency machines. Now, I'm not saying the moon don't give off, energy or nothing, but it definitely don't control the tides. Like, when you really start questioning the heliocentric model, like, if you look at all cosmology, it has to do with a mountain or a big tree at the center. And we all know there is huge trees the size of towns and cities all over this realm. Now, my question is, how about the sun and the moon? Because some of these tree trunks go up into the clouds. So people have, like, Tony Taylor, have a picture of the sun in the clouds. So how did this work if there's these huge trees? Now, maybe wherever the sun is in its cycle, there was no trees in the way. You know, that's the only thing I could think of, because other than that, the sun would be crashing right into whatever the sun is, or the light. Um, you know, that's another thing. I'm gonna see this path of the sun and figure out, is there any big trees where this path the sun goes? And because that someone had brought that up, was the sun and moon higher? And did the sun play a big part in scorching a lot of these trees down, or taking them out, or did, you know, because in the book of Enoch it states somebody cut these trees down. It says angels came down and would cut them, and it looks like lasers were used. I had a picture of a guy cutting a tree with a laser, so there's possibilities. I've heard in the Divergent, I posted this video on my community page. You know, he comes up with some damn darning evidence, and you know, he does diligent research. I like his channel. He was showing, making a lot of good points about the Civil War in World War I and II, and that those wars were used to knock out most of the old tech and old buildings. And I think they kept some of these old buildings, but they obviously were taken apart to where the technology don't work for the most part. But they use them to bank money off of it as like visiting areas, like national monuments and shit. But I don't know. The moon is very, like I said, man, the moon is intriguing. I want to know how it's making, you know, it's what's the hell covers the moon? Because sometimes when the moon is going through its cycle, if the light hits it just right, you could see the moon is like, you could see through the dark patch that's covering the moon, and you could see the moon like still there, even though the dark patch is covering it. It's weird. It's like whatever dark shadow is going over the moon, you can see through that too.
Yeah, you can see the shadow of the moon, right?
Yeah.
It looks like the dark part. But the weird thing about the moon, Chuck, is the light. It's not producing light, it's taking light. Like it's taking the light energy off of the surface. Right?
So the sun pushes out light and the moon's sucking it in.
Yeah,
I've heard of that.
I think LED lights work the same way. Like all the LED lights are
yeah, it's the gas. It's the gases that are up there.
Are reading everything.
Like the LED has the argon or something like that gas. This so guy, I was showing how that works. I have this picture. It shows what gases.
The moon is gathering the light. It's reading everything, like an LED light does in the internet. Apparently, like all the new LED street lights, even the LED lights in your house are reading you. Huh. So the AI can watch you 24/7, watch everybody.
Well, thank God I don't have LED lights in my house.
Yeah, I stocked up on incandescent bulbs. I don't even know if you can get them in the store now.
Probably not. They're probably, for the most part, not around.
I was getting some from the Dollar Tree.
Jesus Christ, this fucking thing's pissing me off.
It might be the moon is the original LED that's been watching us, recording us all the time. Like the controllers are watching us through a telescope and a microscope at the same time.
I want to
Like,
show this map I got. Yeah, you got time to come up, Flat Earth Nation, and speak on what you think the moon is? Yeah, I pinned the link. Who's Tony? Ken? Who's Ken? Yeah, I was gonna say, because the name Rebecca, it could be Rebecca, right? Like, what did you start over with the word Becca? But like, anyway, this thing with names, I used to look at my name and be like, where the hell? Who created these names? This sucks because I have a lot of pictures I want to share. It's so quiet. Yeah, thanks Osanyemi for coming up yesterday. You and Soama. And especially Naga. That was a dope time talking about spirituality.
when I've looked at the moon for a few seconds with binoculars, it looks like it's dynamic, like the craters are moving and shit. You know, it's like, it's weird.
You could see the waves of energy going
Like it's
over.
not solid. Shit's moving around. Like it's
Almost
projected.
like, yeah, and there's and like yeah, like and the energy is disturbing the light, right? It's like waves of energy, or some people say that's the water above, but it could be waves of energy disturbing the reflection of the light, or projected light, or whatever. Flat Earth Nation in the house.
Hello.
What's up, Flat Earth Nation?
Hey. Good. How's it going today?
It's going. I'm alive.
Awesome.
I can't complain too much.
I hear you. It's cloudy and kind of cool where I'm at right now. It feels good outside, actually.
Yeah, I'm in Connecticut. It's a little sunny out.
Right. I'm on my phone right now. Had to step outside for a second. The moon. Ha ha ha. Something else, isn't it?
Yeah, I like the moon. It's a lot of mysteries with the moon.
Yeah, but you know, people say it's see-through, but I don't think so. I mean, when they, if you look at my videos and I take pictures and people say, "Oh, that's not, you know, that's not right, that's not real, whatever, blah blah blah." But I mean, when it's like at night, now during the day, it's really hard to tell because of the atmosphere. But at night, when you got a half a moon and you can't see the other half, but I can zoom up there with my P900 and bring it right back into focus. Have you watched my Dark Side of the Moon video yet?
No, but
And
I know what you mean by that. You're talking about the shade that goes over the moon. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. When you zoom in, it's like you could see through whatever the dark shade that's going over the moon, or however it works, or if it's dipping behind sun. I don't know, but if you zoom in, you could see, because something's causing that light to either something's covering the moon, like a shade, like a tint almost. You could see through it, and you could see. So there's another body that is doing that to the moon, or if the moon's dipping behind the firmament. I don't know.
No, it's I hate to break everybody's bubble on this part, but if you look, man, you can see the shadows from the mountains on the moon, from the hills or mountains or whatever, from where the light's shining on them, and you see the shadows from those mountains.
Yeah, it looks like shadows.
You can, and they'll look like it. It is shadows. It's where it all depends on where the sun and where the moon's at and where the sun is shining on the moon.
Yeah, I don't think the moon's high as they say either.
So, and when it's lit up, let me say something. You know, we live on a flat stationary plane, but when it's lit up and it's coming across and you think it's just coming up over the horizon, since the moon and the sun are the same height in the sky pretty much.
Yeah.
That light from the sun, even though it's dark where you are, that light up in the atmosphere isn't above all the haze and the fog and the smoke and everything. Up there is no clouds. So that light's not stopped. That light projects across.
So
flat.
What makes the shade?
It doesn't, because just part of that moon is in and not getting the light in some areas sometimes.
Maybe it's the
All
angle,
depends
right?
on it's the angle. But you can see shadows, man. It's crazy. And I know you can't. And you said people say they see stars through the moon. It's not. And if you look at my videos, all those points of light that people are saying are stars, are those. And Karen B said it best. She said it's like a luminous type substance that shines. I don't know. It's like a fluorescent type stuff, and it'll glow at night when there's no light. And that's what people are seeing. There's no stars through the moon. I'm sorry. That's my opinion on it. That's what I see. I film. You see my videos. I film it constantly.
I'll send you some screenshots of this stuff.
And what you saying is, and what you saying, yeah, just what you saying are stars. But I can take my pictures and rotate that star to one of those luminescent spots on the moon, and that's all you got to do is you take the picture of what you think is a star, and you can align it up with one of my pictures of the luminescence that's going on in the moon, and that light will be the same spot as what people are saying stars are through the moon. There is no stars through the moon. I hate to break it down. Hate to be the bad bubble of everything.
Hey, that don't bother me. I like to hear new information. It doesn't. It's not bad news to me. It's refreshing to hear different perceptions, because I don't know. I like to hear people's viewpoints, because, like I said, I might miss something, or somebody could catch something I didn't. I'm always learning, man, and I appreciate you coming up here and
I have two questions.
Speaking on it. Go ahead.
I have two questions for everybody. Again, one is, why does the moon take light energy off of surfaces, and why don't you see the moon before and after the eclipse?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, when I was filming the eclipse the other day, it was kind of cloudy, which it was, and I was getting pictures. I took over 50 pictures when I could. Okay. And I was using a 720 Zomi infrared filter on my P900, right? So, and I kept zooming, and I'm like, okay, this picture's not good. This picture's not getting it. So I switched my angle a little bit and focused it only on the dark spot where I know that, hey, I know where the sun's at, so I'm going to focus on the dark spot, right, with my camera. So I zoomed in as much as I could where I usually do it to get a really good picture. And when I snapped a picture, you know what came in? Once I know you got to run it through a light filter and take out a lot of the ambient light and stuff, sources and stuff like that. And once I did that, you know what started coming in? Craters of the moon. You can see the clouds. The clouds are there. Light off the clouds are there. And I put that in the chat earlier, a link to it. And if you look at that 2020 reality, I watch him all the time. He's got a lot of good information. And when he was filming it, you can see, and I put in there, if you start at the 120 mark and watch it, you can see the craters on the edge of the moon. Just look at it, and you'll see the craters. It's not perfect, but you can make them out. At about 120 in and start, and he shows it for about 10 seconds or so, but that he's got a P1000 that he just recently purchased. But yeah, you can see when he zooms up in there, he didn't use no filter. I told him in his video, I said, in his comment section, I said, man, you need to use a filter. But he didn't use a filter, but you know what? It showed the edge of the moon, and you could see the freaking craters.
Okay, that's a still shot though, right?
No, mine's a still shot. Mine's a still shot. No, his was moving. Mine's a still shot. Yes.
Okay, it was moving. So, yeah, what did that crater and the shadow stay the same, or as the sun travels across the sky faster than the moon does?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it was cloudy. So I was shooting through, partial of the clouds. And when I thought I had a good shot, I was like, okay, I'm zooming in. And like I said, I snapped that picture. And when I ran it through and took out all the light that was disturbing the picture, bam, craters of the moon started showing up. And I was zoomed in, almost all the way with my P900. And I focused out. I didn't focus in on the sun because I wanted that light not to appear in my picture to disturb it. All that, it's a lot of light there, the sun gives off. But when I zoomed in, and then like I said, when I ran through the 50 pictures and the one video that I did take, you can see it, man. When I took away like I said, those colors, there it was, man, the craters of the moon. And that's what I was I wasn't focusing on the sun and being an eclipse. I was focused on the moon being the moon. And like I said, when I took out that light, bam, those craters appear. That tells me that that's the moon in front of the sun. And it's and then I, like I said, then I watched the 2020 reality guy, and he shows it on his video, and you can make out the edges, because when I take pictures of the moon, you can see the edges of the moon, the craters around the edges. You look at my videos, you see them. And he showed the same thing with his P1000.
I've seen eclipses of the sun, and the moon was still present. The moon was to the right, the sun was eclipsing the sun. I've seen those too. So I don't know. There's other bodies up there.
When I was in
They say
Mexico,
Rahu
I
and
saw
K2,
a lunar
but I know that was the moon, or that was there the other day. I mean, because my picture says so. I trust my picture over a man's word, because I can see it. Well, my picture takes a picture of it. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. I mean, but I don't know. It's a very interesting thing. It very is. But like I said, because it's the same height, everything, and we know that they circle around us. That's why the moon's lit up when they say, "Oh, the sun's like over, on the other side of the world, on the other side of the planet, way down here." But the light is like, how can the light shine through a planet and light up that moon if it's coming over in the east and the sun's already set in the west and it's dark? Well, it's because they're the same height in the sky, and that light isn't. Sun's out, but I can't see the sun, but I know it's out because it's daylight. You see what I'm saying? But I can't see the sun. So it's the same effect. So if the sun's way over yonder and the moon's way over here at night and the sun's way over there, we know it's daytime over there, but up at the height, because I watch a lot of these, high altitude cameras. You see the sun, you see the moon, but it's dark over here and light over there, but it don't look round, it's flat. It's because that light like I said, it shines above. There's no clouds or anything to affect that light up high like it is down here. You see what I'm saying? Hello? Put me on hold. I'm backstage. I don't know if you can hear me, but it's kind of like that Go Fast rocket when it was coming down. It was seen a picture of the moon. It's supposed to be over Australia or something like that. But you can see that physical object up there. It's not big. How it's floating up there, magnetics, maybe.
Yeah, it
Hello?
does look like topography, but I still think we're not seeing really what it is, even though we're seeing it with our own eyes. We're gonna tell ourselves that.
My bad, everyone. So some of these pictures that I have right here, this map right here is of the Chicago fires. All the buildings that burned out, 10,000 of them, which don't even make sense.
Yeah, where's the O'Leary barn where the fire started, supposedly?
I don't know. I gotta look. I hear myself twice. Someone's got to turn YouTube off in the background.
Hello?
I hear myself twice. Someone's got to turn YouTube off in the background. Yeah, I hear the delay.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's a super delay. That was funny. Damn. I said that like a minute ago and then it came out late. That's crazy. I used to do that with phone calls. I would have two cell phones and I would call my other cell phone and it would be a delay. It's funny.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone's got to turn YouTube off in the background.
Can y'all hear me?
That's late.
Man. You know what I noticed? I just spilled coffee. And then I wiped it up. And the sugar, man. The sugar is so sticky. Shit's like glue. Gotta wipe it again. That fake sugar is like freaking glue.
That's why they call it glucose, I guess.
Ah.
Yeah, there's definitely a delay. Just like this one video I got. I was down in North Carolina. There was a naval vessel, 80 feet wide. He was way out there, 10 miles. It's flat. Water's flat.
Well, that's interesting, man. I definitely want to get it better. I got binoculars. I have this telescope, but it's missing a mirror or two, so that's pretty useless. But I want to get a P900 or something. I like looking at stars. My last cell phone actually was pretty good at zooming in. You could see the energy in the stars with that cell phone. Few cell phones are able to do that.
Yeah, a cell phone shouldn't even be able to reach anything.
I have a cheap pair of binoculars and a digital camera, and the camera fits right into the eye hole of the binoculars, so I can use it like a telescope like that. I just put it on a board, and then you can move the board around and tilt it with the camera and the binoculars so it doesn't shake or anything.
Yeah, if I was going to get one, I'd probably get. I mean, I want a P1000. They're so much better. But
Really?
P900, yeah, P900 though. I mean, they're pretty. I mean, you can get them pretty cheap now, under $500.
I think guys who had the P900, like Richie from Boston, and he said the P1000 was not as good. They changed the lenses or something so you couldn't see certain stuff or something.
I didn't know that. Well, maybe I got the better camera then, because it shows me some awesome pictures. Like I said, it doesn't, like on a telescope. When you look through a telescope, everything is in reverse. When it comes to, if the moon, if you think something's on the left, actually, or you see it on the left with your eye, but on that camera it'll be on the right, on a telescope. It reverses
Remember,
the angle.
remember the other morning? The other morning I put it was Venus. I showed the morning star. Well, I go to this I Google this site that you can put your phone up to the sky and it'll show you which stars your phone is pointing at. So
Stellarium, I think is what it is, right?
Yeah. And when I left my apartment, there was this bright star. So I took the phone out. I said, man, what is this? What, you know, wandering star is this? And I put the phone up to it and it said Aries. It was the center star in the constellation Aries. It was literally right in front of my apartment building. And then behind me is the east because it was Venus and the sun coming up. I have to put that video together. But some guy, I don't know if he was being a smartass or if he was being serious, but he's like, no, that's the North Pole star. And I'm like, I'm thinking in my head, no, because that star's facing the east. It wasn't the north. So I don't know if the guy was being sarcastic or what, but I told him, no, that can't be. But
I mean, well,
I couldn't believe Aries is actually out like right over early morning in October. You know, we have to be off with these months. Like October is the 8th month, Octo. What is the extra months they added in? What the first month's supposed to be Aries. The second month is March, right? No, what would be 2? Aries, March, I think. I mean March, May. May, June. So June would be, what's Juno? Is that 3 or 2? Yeah, either way, we're off in months. They've either added, I think I forgot how many months they added, but there's supposed to be 10 months, so they added 2. 36-day months.
Actually, it's supposed to be 30. Actually, it's supposed to be 13 moons or something like that is what they call it. It's supposed to be 13
Yeah, I've
months
heard that too.
Instead of 12.
I've heard of that too, because Jesus was the third, just like the Confederate flag. You got 13 stars. People say that's the 13 colonies, but if you want to get technical, the 13 stars at the center, that could be Polaris, and the 12 months spinning around the center. But yeah, it could also mean 13 colonies and all this other stuff. But I take that symbology. And it also has the 4 lands. That flag, they desecrated that flag to hide some stuff. But yeah, the 13 months, I've heard of that too. I've heard so many different variations of this. Who knows? I know the Gregorian calendar added what is it, 1,000 years? That's crazy. So we're only in the year 1023, right? It wouldn't be 2023, it'd be 1023. So I was born in the year 981. That's crazy. Instead of 1981.
Yeah, there's a bunch of pictures that Martin Leakey was showing on that with the J's in front of the numbers instead of a 1.
Oh, June would be Uno then. June, Uno. But no, I thought Aries was the first.
I think Martin Leakey went off the deep end a little bit.
Yeah, because Aries, also, if you look at Aries, it says arise, and Aries is like the beginning when all the flowers and stuff start coming back. That's why Aries also looks like, to me, arise, meaning, you know, all the stuff. But I've also heard that there used to never be any snow, that there's a possibility that, you know, snow, what do you think about that, Flat Earth Nation? Do you think snow is man-made from these
I don't.
I've heard like the nuclear plants and all this stuff creates the snow, or it was fallout from these nuclear wars. I don't know, but
I don't. I don't. Snow is real. It gets cold, like up in the mountains, man. I mean, when I was in Virginia as a kid, I used to sit there on the mountainside and look up at the stars. And what people thinking are satellites, you know,
electric sparks.
are nothing but lights in the sky. And I used to watch them all the time, thinking it was an airplane, but I seen no blinking lights. Like, okay, so 50 years ago they had satellites in the sky, and there's no satellites in the sky. It's a balloon or there's an airplane. It's just like the this Starlink thing that they got going on. I mean,
have you seen that yet?
Yes,
have you seen Starlink?
I got a picture of it. Yeah, it's on one of my videos. But as it was coming towards me out of the northwest, it would come, and it is just the lights, everything would just turn off. I'm like, why would they just all turn off at the same time? You know. And then a friend of mine, he filmed it, and from here, because it went over to the house here probably for about a month straight. But it would go in different directions. Like one time it was straight over the house, one time it was to the right of the house, one time it was to the left of the house. But the lights would just go off. And then you could see not only in the straight line, but to the left and to the right, you could see other lights going with it. Well, Dave Wise said that was like what they think are S-16s, maybe escorting and those are high flying drones.
I've seen pictures of this guy had this like filter on his camera, and he was zooming into the sun, and you could literally see sparks coming off the sun, man. Like I don't know if it's like because it's an electric universe for sure. Like sound,
it's definitely electric,
and gases, and like when I say, they're not just pure gas bombs, like they try to teach you in school and stuff. There's a lot of sound and electricity. But I think there is different levels of gases, like argon, and if I'm getting that right. I forgot what the gas the moon was. Is it argon?
The moon's a solid object, brother. Don't know how it's up there. And it probably, because everything's magnetic, it could be a big magnetic ball.
I don't know.
And
my perception, I don't think it's a ball. I think it's more like a plate or something.
Well,
like a disc. But
whatever it is, it's up there. It ain't no projection. I can tell you that. That's my opinion on it. It's not a projection. It's something that's physically there. Like I said, that picture I got the other day during the eclipse, it just proves me that, hey, that's the moon in front of the freaking sun, because like I said, I got craters in that picture. And then you can see other little points of light that's like when the moon, all those things you're calling stars, but it's the luminescence section, and you can see them in that video too, in that picture too, and they're shining. It's not the best picture in the world, but like I said, I know what I got, and
Do you think China and Japan all have rovers up on the physical moon? Then shouldn't they
do what now?
Pictures back of. Do you think they actually have rovers on there, like China and India and Japan and?
No, nobody's on the moon. Nobody's ever landed on it. Nothing's on the moon. Yeah. Just like this UFO stuff, it's fake too. It's all man-made, man. I know. I got personal inside information on that.
I don't know. Maybe I would change my mind. Like, you know, if I had a camera and I could study the moon a lot more and really, you know, see it with a closer eye. Because sometimes the moon looks solid, and sometimes it looks see-through. Sometimes, you know, it just changes. Like when I watch your videos, I could even see sometimes I've seen waves go across the frickin' moon, like
Well,
waves of energy.
Oh God. Okay, it's not okay. You're looking at atmospheric conditions causing those waves, and then they got that one. Any kind of moon wave is caused by atmospheric conditions, and if you see, and they say in that one, you ever heard of the moon wave? All that is a jet exhaust. That is all it is. It's jet exhaust causing that wave.
So if the moon is solid, you could land on it.
Nobody's landed on it.
I mean, I personally don't think it's solid, but like I said, if I study it more, I could probably maybe change my mind. But
well, okay, think about remember the Go Fast rocket?
Yeah.
Okay,
that was
now.
like CGI too.
Okay. Huh?
Some of it was CGI. But anyway, besides that, go ahead.
Well, if some of it's CGI, it's all fake then. Because I don't deal with CGI. I show real shit. My pictures. I don't. Only thing I ever done on one of my videos was the recent one from the eclipse of the picture of the moon in front of the sun, and all I did was shade out the light as much as I could to see what I was seeing behind it, to take out the light and see what it was capturing, and it captured craters.
Deceiving people, but I want to know why they would create a rocket that could go up and land. What's the point? But who knows? I wasn't there to see it take off. I've seen some funky stuff in footage, but who's to say somebody didn't manipulate it? You know, so. You've seen the rocket take off?
Yep. I've seen them. I got film footage of them. Yeah, I was in Florida.
I want to know that time they sent that rocket up, and it made that crazy light in the firmament. It almost looked like a rocket boosting through.
Look like a boat on the water.
Yeah.
Because there's waters above as below. Nobody's breaking through the firmament, man. No one. It's a solid object. Nobody.
Where the pets, where the Giants' pets, where their ant farm.
Well, yeah. Did you see my video of the gates of the firmament? Did you watch that?
Oh no! Drop that link again. It's on your channel?
Yeah, it's on my channel.
Okay, so I'll just go to your channel.
And then you watch, and I was filming the sky, right, and a square appeared, okay, in the sky. And then in the middle of that square, there's and if you look at it, it's close to the middle, near the end. But if you look at it, there's a spot. It's a circle. And then I'm looking at it, and I'm filming it up and down, and that I was sitting there watching it. The clouds were pouring out of that little hole.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, watch that video, and that's what I was sitting there physically watching, and I'm watching it just feed right out of that hole, man. And it's like it
making fake clouds,
just like Enoch talked about Gates' firmament, but that was a bunch of clouds / water pouring out of there.
Huh. Damn, man. There's so much more to this place than we're being told. That we could live in, the Giants could have built, like, you know, from micro to macro. I look at this place as a giant greenhouse, like a giant stadium, for all we know.
Well, just like Bill Nye the Guy said, he said it's an enclosed system and no one can leave.
We're prisoners. I want to be the first to escape this prison.
It's just like the mountains that you just showed right there. Look at that, man. It looks like a tree laid over and branches sticking out. It's crazy. Yeah, but Polaris never moves. I've never seen it move. It's always in the same spot when I look at it. I got a mark that I look at every day that I can see that thing, and it's always in the same spot. And I filmed it for 15 minutes, 20, 30 minutes, and it never moved. So I can't be moving because the projection would change.
The moon's moving across the sky, right?
Yes.
So it must be moving in the camera view too, right?
Yeah, it moves in the camera view. Yep.
Yeah.
Because I got to adjust my camera for the moon. I adjust it. It's just like I did a video of I didn't release it because it really didn't turn out the way I wanted. I was doing that with Jupiter. And seeing Jupiter, I've got at one time, I'm pretty sure that I was counting because I filmed Jupiter a lot. And I want to know what those little so-called moons are doing, but it's not. They're just, it's like I don't know. It's hard to explain it, but okay, like it's like the video that you was looking at the other day. Okay, it had 4 lights in a row, right? Like 2 behind and 2 in front. Okay, at that angle, but opposite of that angle, there's another one. I definitely got 5 of the moons for sure of Jupiter. But it goes the opposite direction. It goes in tight, and then it swings out, and it gets way out there. And then eventually it worked itself back to whatever that electric function that's going on with that situation, because that's electric too. It ain't no giant of anything. My pictures show that it's really close to the moon. You got to pay attention to my pictures. But like I said, man, it's because it's close. Everything's close. I don't know if they're above, inside the firmament.
That when you focus.
When I focus, okay, go ahead.
when you focus on something, how far away it is.
You're breaking up. I didn't hear.
Your focus asking when you focus on something out there, does it tell you how far away it is?
No, it won't. But like most of the time, now when I zoom up really close, I'll be fully, out with my camera, full extension on the focus. Okay, that's when I get the close-up shots. Now I can back it up to, I don't know, maybe half, and then I take a picture, and it still shows everything, but half the distance. Yeah, I don't know, man. I know a P900 is not meant to focus on anything millions of miles away. It's not. That's not the way the camera's set up. It's got a focal point distance, and that's it. If you're seeing something millions of miles away, it's like I got a little Sony camera, camcorder, and man, when the sun's above me, I can zoom past the sun with my camera. Now it's got the 2000 thing just like the P900, but man, I can zoom past it. That should not be ever at something that's millions of miles away. It was supposed to be 93 million miles away from us. My camera should not focus on anything and zoom past it at 93 million miles away. Ever.
And it says the sun is like 90 times the size of Earth, or however. That's insane. That don't even make sense.
Yeah, it's not that.
Look at this map right here. All these islands, Antarctica. I love these maps that show all this land. South America is connected to it. I don't think most of these maps are accurate at all, and they're hiding a lot of islands too.
What I'm trying to work on is what I want to do is make a blimp out of a drone. One that can go, they got them that they say that can go, I think the function is like 19 miles, and you can control it. I want to send that fucker straight up 19 miles, just straight up, but not use as much battery, because it'd be like a blimp. So drone's not that heavy. It's got it already. And you should be able to manipulate that just like a blimp. It helps it give it lift, helps it give it stabilization if possible. But yeah, that's my plan. That's what I've been looking into that. But and instead of sending up a high altitude balloon, just send up a freaking thing and have it where when it's time for it to come down, that it hits the GPS signal when it gets down, and it flies towards me on its way down. I want to send that fucker 19 miles up. I think that would be pretty cool. I ain't never heard anybody talk about it. Now somebody's going to do it because I'm saying
it. There is a video, balloon flight to the stratosphere, and it's just a guy. He attaches a camera to a balloon, and it goes way up. It's about 3 hours long, and it shows the horizontal horizon, and it's spinning around, because it's on a line, and it's just naturally spinning around. It spins a little bit, and then it spins back the other way. And as it goes around, you can see the sun go by, and the higher up it goes, there's no blue sky. The sky's black, and it goes around and the sun as it spins around.
Right. So that's what I was saying, to get a drone where you can control that. And at 19, and if it's 19 or 20 miles distance, and as you go straight up, there's not going to be any
maximum height or whatever, and the balloon breaks.
Very interesting. Regardless, it's very interesting. Because we kind of know what the Earth is. It's flat, stationary. We ain't moving. No scientific proof of that. Water needs a container and will never stick to a spinning ball. I can prove that. It don't matter how big the ball is. It's just like you got a race in your front wheel. It's got lube in it, right? You got your ball bearings in there. And it's got the grease, but it needs a race, and it needs that seal to contain the grease. The seal breaks, the grease flies out because it's spinning. It's the same thing. You gotta have containment, and it's got to be touching it. So if we don't have anything touching the water to contain it from the spin, it would spin off. That's pretty simple. Go look at your washing machine. No matter how big it is, washing machine, when it starts the spin cycle, what does it do? It throws water away. Right?
Centrifugal force.
Exactly. Anything that's spinning is going to create that. It's not going to suck in. It's going to chunk it. It's not going to draw it toward it on the spin. It's going to throw it away.
Isn't that funny that we can agree that the Earth is not a globe and we're stationary, but we're not going to convince each other about the consistency of the moon?
Well, yeah, that's what we're here to discuss. Obviously, I'm looking at everybody's, aspect. I've been watching people. Everybody's talking about it, but I know there's, like I said, you take anything that you say that's a star. You take one of my pictures, and you can rotate it until you see that point of light on the moon. So it's not a star. It's a point of light on the moon, and it's on the dark side. Look at my video. Just go to my thing and look up dark side of the moon. It's down.
Yeah. You see,
and then you'll see what I'm talking about. When I released that, because everybody was talking about it. Oh, the moon's blah blah blah. When I released that, and I was getting people going, wow, wow, wow. Yeah, because people were saying that those previous people were doing that, and they was all, oh, it's fake, that's CGI. Well, it's not.
You're zooming in and out of in your videos. I see you zooming in and out, so I don't think none of your stuff's CGI. I've watched a lot of your videos.
There ain't nothing CGI about mine. I got raw video. I got raw stuff, man. It's the real program.
Yolanda asked, have you ever aligned sunspots to the moon before?
Ever aligned what?
Have you ever aligned the sunspots to the moon?
No. I mean, I got the moon and the sun in the same picture. I got that on my phone. I could see the moon and the sun. And I click that picture, and you can clearly see the moon and the sun. That's how close they were to each other. And the moon was, and where they say the moon does some funky ass stuff, man. It'll go south, and then and then I watch it circle, and then and if you watch some of my videos, the moon's coming right directly towards me. I mean, it's moving from the bottom of my camera to the top of my camera. So that means it's coming towards me. But it does a circle for sure. But I got a video, which I'm going to do it again. But what I do is I take 2 levels. Okay. And I point one east to west, and I point another one north to south. This is how I can triangulate the moon. I could take a square, okay, and put it at the edge. Then I look straight up that square, like if I'm looking from, say, the north position, right? So, and I turn my camera straight up, and on my square, it gives me the angle of where it's at in the sky. And then I can move to the south position and look up and see the same thing. See if it's past or if it's beyond. And and you only got like a little time limit to get that in. I mean, because the moon is moving 2,000 miles an hour or whatever it is, right? That's what they say. It's moving pretty quick. So, and if you take those angles, you can triangulate the moon easily. Even though they say, oh, you can't. But yeah, you can. Flat surface and a triangle tells me I can. Even though it's in the sky, because you can look from the north position, the south, the east, or the west position, and point your camera straight up that 90-degree thing, and then you can figure out, okay, well, it's at an angle here, it's an angle over here, it's an angle here, is it past this or angle over there? I mean, it ain't definitely on the equator all the time, like they say, or whatever. I mean, it comes, it's just like the sun. You know, anywhere you see a desert, that's where the sun travels over mostly. And then if you, you got the Smoky Mountains, right? What they call the Smoky Mountains, East Coast, right? Well, that sun, as it's coming across, the reason they're called the Smoky Mountains, it's because the sun is close and it heats up all that moisture on them mountains. And then, of course, that's moisture, man. And it just, and I was down in August of last year, was in North Carolina. Okay. And this was like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. Sun was not supposed to be out, but I'm looking northeast up the beach line. And I'm like, that ain't the moon. I got film footage of it too. And it was still dark outside, but you could see the sun to the northeast of me. So that tells me, and it was high in the sky. It wasn't like coming over the horizon. I got a video of that. It's on my channel too. And it'll say sun from North Carolina. And you could see it. I mean, I'm filming on it. It was still dark outside, but I could see that light coming. Like I said, it wasn't just coming up over the horizon. it was already in the freaking sky. Northeast of me. Yeah, so I don't know. I got that on there too. So definitely we're being lied to. But we're gonna figure it out. We're figuring it out already. I'll give up the floor now. I'm gonna shut up.
Hey man, you were cooking. Everyone's appreciating it. They're really enjoying it. Letters, Nathan. Any more questions?
It's kind of like that picture right there, the Great White Fleet. You look at it, you see the ships, and then look in the far background on the right-hand side. Look at the water. Only level surfaces rise to eye level.
Right. No matter, that's why it's called the horizon. No matter how high you're rising, it's horizontal. I always. Ooh, coconuts. Are they organic? Organic? Organic. Yeah, it's a new word. I heard red. What is this stuff? Red people. I tried to like look at the diet of the people in like Central America, because they live to be 100 years old, and they eat 65% of their diet is beans and red squash. But I don't think it's this exact batata. I wonder what's a batata? Sounds like a crazy name, like yucca root. I love yucca root, but I don't know how to cook it yet.
Man, there was one of my customers that over here that I went, she's got her a cabin and stuff like that, and her husband has a plethora of old books. I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to see all these books. But okay, I was talking to her. She said she's never had a shot, even as a child. Okay, I want to get in medical misinformation. Okay, but she's never had that. Okay, she's 80 years old, looks 50, and never been sick a day in her life. She told me.
That's awesome.
And she looked 50. I'm like, you look 50. Oh, thank you. I said, yeah. And it's like, She goes, every now and again I'll take an aspirin or something, but rarely.
Yeah, I stopped all that too for the most part. Like I have to have a serious migraine to really take an aspirin. I got like
I don't take it anymore either. No aspirins or nothing. I mean, I did last night, and I had a serious pain that would not go away. But I used to back in the day take whatever I thought I needed because this is what they said. But I don't do that anymore. That party's over with. Yeah, Joe King is probably right. They're watching my videos because I show that everything's closer than what they're fucking saying. Can't handle it.
I agree.
Well, it's just like that one video. I know I had 900 hits by the next day. Okay, and I'm like, okay, I almost had 1,000 hits on this. And that was on my short video. And then within 2 hours, I went back and checked it. It was down to 800 or something like that.
Welcome to my club, man. They're always doing that to me. I had 220. The next day it was 200. The next day it was like 170. So my views go backwards. I thought it was only me. I'm like,
Nope,
It's
you're
very.
not the only one.
I just keep pushing. Like they like to go to my channel and they found the video almost 3 years old and took it down the other day. Like no one even watches it. No one goes back 3 years. Like they really got me under a microscope. It's all good. Excuse me.
Dude, I got a
Maybe,
video of the moon that they took down.
Yeah.
I'm like, why'd you take my video down? I got a strike for a moon video. And I can't show it to anybody because it's too powerful. It blows a hole in their freaking water.
I want to see it.
I would. I mean,
People should check out Nation's channel, man. He has great footage. It's crystal clear for the most part. Sometimes it's a little unsteady, but like the Jupiter one with the when they were all aligned, it was 2 moons on each side. Or you know, I don't think they're like moons to these planets. I don't know, stars. They were aligned. I've never seen nothing like that. It was pretty awesome.
If you, yeah, just look at. I mean, I got I take pictures. I got Pleiades, freaking everything, man. Saturn, Neptune.
I got to get out of the cereal aisle. I'm trying my best not to eat that garbage. Every time, you know,
I don't
crazy?
eat cereal anymore.
Every time I pass down the aisle, my favorite cereal's on sale, and it's like a test.
Hey, there's a sucker born every minute.
It's like, oh, let's see if you're gonna keep your word, Chuck. So I just keep walking. I keep thinking I need my health as well. I got it.
Yeah, I'm in the fruits and vegetables. That's what I do.
I just bought organic strawberries, coconut, and bananas. I'm gonna juice that up, and I got lemons and limes, and I bought some fresh yucca.
Hey, don't spend your extra money on that, on what they say is organic, because anything coming out of the ground is organic. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I know what you mean. They you know, they're probably still sprayed to death, you know. So who knows, right? At this point, it's like everything I look up, someone's in the back, I'm coming. Every time I look stuff up, man, it just leads me to more chemicals. It's very disappointing. They're doing it to everyone. Lock or make. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I try to make them private, but people get mad at me, you know, when I make stuff private. And that's why I just stay away from that whole topic, period. Like I try to, even though I really want to talk about it, because I feel like I'm being controlled if I can't speak my mind, and it upsets me. But you know what? Sometimes to win, I gotta, like I always say, sometimes to get ahead, you gotta take a few steps back and reroute.
Right.
I don't even think tuna is tuna. You ever open a can of tuna and look at it? It don't look too biting.
It's tuna.
Those are big
now
fish.
That,
Two quarters. I was
Go ahead.
wondering if you were interested in this.
Who's that?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I'll just play it by ear.
Oh, I thought that was
And after that, I only have the one.
I'm not exactly flush with cash.
No, the texture of it, you can tell when you open the can. Have you ever caught a tuna out of the ocean?
No.
They're not all big. You can get, you know, you can catch them a foot long, 2 foot long, 3 foot long. They're not, you know, you got your that tuna show that's on, and they catch those ones that's 800 pounds and 1,000 pounds and 500 pounds. But you get them at the smaller ones, right? And so I did an experiment. I'm like, okay, is this can of tuna in here? And it is. Tuna's now, even though who was it got busted? It was like Red Lobster for saying about the scallops.
Yeah. It was a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. So, but yeah, but you just you gotta pay attention to what you do. I guess like anything else. Now I'm going to Flattoberfest in 2 days. Woo! Yeah, Vegas, baby. It's gonna be awesome. And when I'm up in that plane, I'm going to be taking some long distance. I got my camera ready. I've got my infrared. I'm going to be just like
infrared. Let me just ask you something real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, but did you ever see by Hibbler Productions? He has, it's called Level, and then the second one is called Level With Me or something. But yeah, guys in the airplane coming over the Gulf. I mean, you could see damn near to the West Coast. It's a clear day. It's infrared and zoomed in. You could see, it's like 500 miles and more. I couldn't believe it.
He was shooting stuff. He was shooting the Great Lakes. It was 1,800 miles away.
I could have it wrong, like the spot he was at, but he used infrared, like you said. And I mean, man, when he zoomed in, you could see it just shatters the globe into little pieces. The globe deflated when they showed that.
I will be taking pictures of that. Film coming soon. Film at 10. As they would say, film at 10. News at 10. But I got it ready. I'm ready, man. It's going to be freaking fantastic. Plus, I'm going to take a bunch of pictures of what's going on, all the flat smacking and everything. Dave's got like these posters up that, win like 3,000 Samstown poker chips for one proof of the globe. Well, nobody's ever won his 3 Bitcoins anyway. That's $90,000 and more. He's had that challenge out since 2020.
Did you see that debate with Professor Dave versus Dave Weiss? I mean, he was acting like a childish clown, Professor Dave, because he was getting beat. He was getting annihilated, and all he could do was call him names like a little child. And a lot of people said, "Oh, Professor Dave. I mean, Dave Weiss lost, and he didn't give him his full potential." You don't need to. You could say 3 things that destroy the globe, and they get in their feelings. Water levels out. We see the same stars all year, every night. That alone blows the globe up. And then they start regurgitating their theories.
Right. But the main factor is water.
Yep.
Water will never stick to anything that's spinning. I mean, it'll make it wet, but it won't stay to, you know what I'm saying? Once you start spinning it, boom, it's over. It's gonna sling off all big amounts of water. It might stay moist because the water, because it's wet, like anything else. But yeah, water destroys it all, man. I don't care who and where you are.
Man, these Kaiser rolls. That's one of my weaknesses is bread, man. Especially Italian bread.
Yeah, bread can be good. I like croissants, man. The more butter, the better.
I'm looking at this Italian bread. They fresh bake it at the bakery. I remember when I was growing up, they had the Polish bakery, and I could smell that fresh bread every morning, man. Oh, fresh bread. No GMOs back then. Just all good ingredients.
Right.
Nowadays, when I go shopping, I'd be like nervous to buy food. I'd be like, oh, it's poison. Uh, it's just disappointment. For the greatest country in the world, we're being shitted on. You know, we're being sold practically a bunch of poison.
Yeah, kind of like the election, right? Of 2020. We all know about that one. Your vote don't count anyway, but don't, you know. People were chosen, not elected. Because I was driving from, during the election, I was driving from Florida to Texas to here to there, and all I seen was Trump, 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 Trump. Every now and again, a Biden sign. For every 100 Trump signs I seen, I've probably seen maybe 2 to 3 Biden signs. And it didn't matter which town I went through on my travels of the thousands of miles that I was driving.
There's just something about Trump that I don't trust. I don't trust none of them actually, but
Well, I mean, he's telling you that the court systems, he goes, the court systems after me is rigged, but there is some good ones out there. Oh my gosh, really?
Now, scan your Stop and Shop card now,
yeah, that's
or
funny.
select one of the options below. Please follow the
Yeah, Yolanda said it.
Yes.
Welcome. If you have your Stop and Shop card, please.
Are you at the store right now?
Yeah.
Yolanda's correct. America seems to be the best experiment of all time. Yeah, we was here. There was people here way before Columbus ever even thought about getting here. The old maps show, unless those are just generated from somebody, it's like, oh, well, let's just draw this. We'll confuse them. You know, I don't know. I know they over here where I'm at, they found a woolly mammoth in a creek bed. So why would right here in America, why would a woolly mammoth be here? And that's what they call dinosaur bones. That's all they're finding is elephants that used to roam here. Whether whoever killed them all off or whatever killed them all off. Hey, did you see that one video of mine where it was the first time I ever got a plane flying in front of the moon? It was pretty cool.
Sorry about that. What video was that? I'm listening, but I'm just trying
Oh, it
to
was
pack stuff.
the one of my videos where I caught a plane. I got a plane flying in front of the moon. It was last year, but that's what I'm trying to focus in on, getting planes, and I can see them. I'm like, okay, is that going to go in front of the moon? And that's what I want to get, is that just, to show the moon wave, because that's what it is. It's atmosphere. I know that's all it is. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. It's going through my head. I think it's funny. It's just like,
Mic check.
shit. That was my mic. Heard that.
Can you hear me? Mic check.
Mic check. I've got these. I bought some new headphones not too long ago. And it's got the the switch and the cable. It's about, I don't know, 18 inches below it. And every time I touch that thing, man, it just goes stupid. It's a brand new set, man. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, I don't know if I seen that video, but I'm definitely gonna watch your video.
Yeah, it says plane. Anything you'll see it. It'll say that look for anything. It says plane on it, and I think I'm up to like 6 now, or something, like 6 or 7 videos of planes flying in front of the moon. But my first one is freaking awesome, dude. It flies right in the middle of the moon, and then you can see how it cuts the air, and the jet stream and everything. It's pretty freaking cool, I think. I don't know. Some people think it is. Some people might not think it is. I don't care. I'm just showing what I see. Because of the stars and everything, I take, you can tell I take pictures of everything. I got almost 200 and something videos up.
People are patient nowadays. Lady tried to run me over. Like, she's going nowhere. She's in a parking lot. There's a million parking spots.
Lost in the sauce.
Yeah. I should have let her hit me. I laid down. Oh, my neck. She had a nice car, too, so she got insurance.
Yeah, well, you got to have insurance to drive these days. Yeah, I mean, it's worth it to have it anyway, because you know, it does pay some of the, you know, damage if you cause the damage. You know what I'm saying? It protects you a little bit, but it doesn't really pay off what it should. It's like I've been paying insurance all my life. I've had 2 claims, and they never give you what your what it's worth or anything, man. It's like get thousands and thousands of dollars for me, and then I have an accident or whatever, and then you pay 1,000. Wow, you know, it's the craziest thing.
My
Well, they
grandpa,
should.
so a drunk driver hit him, and he didn't have no insurance, nothing. My grandpa's car was totaled. He lost his car. He had to go to hospital, and he got screwed in the end. You know, my grandpa had to buy a new car, and what did the guy get? 2 days in jail the most. And what did he
Yeah,
lose? The guy didn't lose. His car was junk. He was drunk, and no insurance. Wasn't even registered, I don't think. So
number one, you don't have to have a driver's license. Number two, you don't have to ever register your car. Number three, you don't have to carry insurance. It's their law, but it's not the law because the Supreme Court says so. It's what they
anyway,
do. You know, but if you throw the Supreme Court stuff on where it says, hey, I don't have to have a driver's license. Hey, and I don't have to do this because there's no law on that. If everybody was to not pay their like tag fees, that would shut everything down. That's how they make their money. Believe it or not.
I got caught driving with no license when I was 18. I still didn't have a license. I go to court and they suspend my license. And I'm like, I don't even have a license. How are you going to suspend something I don't have? Didn't make no sense, but hey, that's what happened.
Exactly. I've had my driver's license since I was 14. That's when I lived in Kansas. Kansas is 14. You can get a driver's license.
I didn't have no one's car to use to take the test. I didn't get my license until I was like 20.
Yeah, like that picture right there. Looks like a tree fell and there's branches. It's crazy.
Also, that picture, that was Iceland. It was called Fire and Ice, the name of that picture.
Right.
And it reminds me of the Lichtenberg effect, when they take the positive and negative and they burn it into the wood. Now, the land could look like that. It's either A, it is from fallen trees, or they use high-tech weapons in this war, and that's it left burn marks on the land. Something's going on.
What map is that from right there that you're showing right now? With the 4 winds, the 4 corners?
I don't know. Hold on. Man, we're fucking involved.
That's like a biblical map.
Yeah, and South America is connected to this Antarctic land. And there's all these islands, and the more farther back you go, the more you realize today's maps are way off.
Yeah, even the Australia map was part of the Antarctica.
Yep.
That's why they got that no-go zone back there on the bottom side. You can't go there. I got a friend lives in Queensland, so.
Yeah, there's a video where the guy gets turned around. The Navy comes out of nowhere. And Even if the old maps, when you look at Australia, that entire Antarctica is called Australia, and it's also the land. There's always giants in that land too.
Right.
So
I mean,
I think they're fighting land with giants that still live. Tall people. Where do they all go? There's paintings with tall British people, like 12 feet tall. I don't believe they all died. I think they moved.
well,
They got up out of here. That picture right here.
well, when it comes to the Nephilim, those were giants, right?
Yeah.
What, 6 toes and 6 fingers, right?
Yeah. So it says.
Do you think that that's just like people that are born with those? You think that that's just
I don't know. Truthfully, I try not to be all, like. One thing I learned about religion is they demonize everything, and everything to a lot of religious people satanic, and I just don't see life like that. Instead of blaming a devil or demons, I hold the person accountable. Because even if they conjured up evil spirits, that was their dumbass fault for doing that. So I'm blaming them.
well,
but it could be a mark. Maybe that's the mark, so you can tell the difference between these beastly giants. And I don't know. I've never seen one with 6 fingers and 6 toes.
can you put me on mute? Can you put us on mute where nobody hears us? Can you do that? I'll tell you something.
I don't think I could. I would have to wait till I end the live, and then you can tell me behind the scenes.
I got you.
Like I don't know. Like this whole, if they do conjure up these evil spirits, I don't know. I'm iffy about that. I'm not saying there isn't evil spirits or all this stuff, but I just don't see the need to conjure up some spirit. Leave them alone. You're more powerful without them than with them. But I guess some people think otherwise, because at some point in time, you don't live forever in this realm, allegedly, right? So that spirit's gonna use you up like a tampon and throw you out when it's finished with you.
Right.
So what's the fucking point? And that whole story of Satan's weak. He can't do anything in this realm. That's why you gotta trick people to doing his dirty work in that story. He's fucking weak. In this realm, we're way more powerful than that character Satan. If them stories are true. That's how I see it.
It's all about the mind's eye.
Yeah. I just think we are God. We have the good and bad side to us. You got to balance it out. You got to.
Yeah, people say we live in a simulation too. I don't believe that either.
I don't know. I've heard so many theories and speculations that a lot of them are interesting, but can we prove it? I just know I'm here now. That's one thing I can prove. I'm here right now. And
I'm breathing. I can see outside. I can see inside. See what the sky's doing. I know where things are. Yeah, it's not a simulation. If it was I got to, like a deja vu. You ever did a deja vu thing? It's like you went somewhere. I went places that I've never been. And it's like, and then all of a sudden I'll get a flashback. It's like, I've been here.
I've had dreams where I talked to people in my dreams I'd never met in my life, but I was talking to them like I knew them forever. Like we've been friends forever.
Yeah, I don't dream that much anymore. I used to, but I only get about 4 hours of sleep a day, so that's about it.
Yeah, I think they did some time. They somehow manipulated the time because days fly by compared to
Excuse me.
Yeah, people should look into the Lichtenberg effect. I think there was a war of some sort with these other people. They use weapons.
Ooh, that's loud.
Yeah, something's going on. Someone might have got crushed in the car. There's people working on the car, and then the ambulance and fire showed up to right next to them, up the street. Woo! I'm out of breath. Oh, now the police are coming. The police. Freeze.
They're always last on scene. They can't protect you when you're right there in the middle of something, you know what I'm saying? How long are you planning on running your stream today? You did a 7-hour thing yesterday. I missed it, man, because I was out of town working. I was down in Chattanooga working, and a lot of stuff going on. That's, you know, it was like a 2-hour drive there and 2-hour drive back. 4 hours of my day down the drain.
Sorry, I had to the store. And I don't know. I know. Hey, Mark Basket. I know. I ain't doing no 7 hours today, man. I probably accumulate at least 60 hours a week on this live stream. 60 hours of my time goes.
You know, before I mean, I've been watching your shows before I even started. That's what I do is I watch people's shows before I start getting involved, like saying something or whatever. Because I got to listen to what everybody's saying. I like your show, man. And you kind of straight to the point. You don't get off the beaten path too much, and you critically look at things, you know. But you don't know, but you want to know. Just like me, I don't know everything, but I want to know. That's why I listen and watch other people's stuff, you know. But there's some things that I don't agree with that other people say. I mean, you know, that's the way it is. We all do that. It ain't no big thing. It's just the way life is, you know.
There's a lot of channels though that say they're open-minded, and then if you go up on there and they don't like what you're saying or don't agree, they don't want to hear it. So
yeah, exactly.
I try to be really open-minded. I want to hear everyone.
Yeah, you got a good platform going on. That's why I listen to you. So.
Yeah, I have to start doing more content, putting more videos together.
Yeah, I was talking with I'm on a group on Discord, and this one of the people I took to, her name's Shelly. She said that in my videos I need to do more narration about what I'm seeing and what's going on with my observations. So I think I'm going to start doing that more as I'm filming. Like I did one the other day, and I did that. I kind of, and I was filming Jupiter, and I don't know, just it's crazy. But I need to look at my video. If I'm correct, last year when I seen Jupiter by the moon, and this year when I seen Jupiter by the moon, when I was looking south last year. This year I was looking more of a northeast, or more like a east south, but not more south, but more east than anything else. But it's all south from wherever. No matter which direction you look into, eventually it turns south. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to calculate that sometimes. But it was totally different parts of the sky. 'Cause Jupiter was over here, and Jupiter was over here by the moon, and over there by the moon. Totally different location. So I think about that too. Something's not right. I don't think that something's going on. Trying to figure it out. We got to look at my videos and see my pictures. But I've got thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures, man. Video, like I said, I got it. I even got videos I haven't even released. One that I released, it was so powerful that, like I said, YouTube blocked it. What Jack Nicholson say? You can't handle the truth. Yeah, that's a biblical map right there. Four corners, the winds.
All right. Oh, shit. Ah, man, it's so cold in the morning and then it warms up.
Yeah, that's the way it was yesterday. I mean, because I'm up in the mountains, I'm up above sea level, 1,300 feet, whatever it is. And yeah, it gets cool. It gets cool in the mornings, but like yesterday, it was, I had shorts on, but I had to put my jacket on because it was a little crisp. And when I started working, it's like within 10, 15 minutes, like I was burning down. Like, what? I got to take my jacket off, then I'm going to start freezing again. But it wasn't that bad once the temperature picked up. Wasn't that bad.
What do you do?
Yeah, because specular rays or whatever, the angle rays, man, it shows how close the sun is. It's pretty- Yeah,
Crepuscular rays.
the rays of the sun.
The heaven shifts in the different U-verts. The luminaries are not in the same position. Peace, maggot, with a name.
Yeah, I have to go back and look through all my pictures from last year to this year. I've already got thousands, so it's going to be hard to. I probably kind of know where that's at. I think I got it marked. And if I look and see if it's the same time and the same day, and if it's in a different location, there's an issue going on. Because I'm pretty sure that I got it last year around this right before Flattoberfest, or was it right after? I can't remember. It's been, like I said, I throw so many videos up, so. But I got to compare those two. From the latest one with the Jupiter moon conjunction with last year's moon conjunction. And if it's not the same, if it's the same date, that's what I got to look up. That's intriguing me now.
Yeah, one fire started that whole map. I don't believe that. A fire burned down all that part of Chicago? No way.
Well, I mean, man, if you got winds blowing fast, it's a windy city.
That's
And
true.
one thing catches fire. Now think about it. You got wind. It'll, yeah, the sides of the structure are made of brick, but the rooftops aren't.
They could have had I think they bombed all them cities because the old architecture was so, they used mostly brick and granite and heavy materials.
But not on the roofs. Not on the roofs.
Direct energy weapons. No, I don't think any of these weapons they have is anything new. You know, they hide it from us and then say, we've invented a new thing. And they've been invented most of this stuff. They like to say it comes from aliens and all this cocky pock.
No.
Our ancestors were just as intelligent, if not way more intelligent.
Yeah, no aliens. I promise you that. There is nothing. Nobody's coming in through the firmament. Nobody's leaving out of the firmament. That's just the way it is.
I wonder what's on the outside. That's my curiosity. What
water's above as below. Water. We got a dome over us. There's water.
We're like SpongeBob.
Yep, pretty much.
Bottom of the ocean. So maybe we're living under the flood. That big flood that happened, we could be living under the oceans of the flood, you know?
No, that's like I said, a firmament gate. I showed it. I got a video of it, man. Hey, you need to watch that. Gates of the firmament. So it's listed in there as that. And you can see that water pouring out of that freaking it. the sky in that area became a square, and right in the center of that, right in the middle of that.
I'm not saying there's not truth in like the Book of Enoch and these books, but to me they're just books. And I know no guy's gonna come back and save the world. The only way this place will be saved is people get their head out of their butt and we save ourselves.
Exactly.
Religion has trained people to accept the slavery and turn their cheek. And one day you'll be punished in this hell. And these people, these rich people laugh at us because they know that shit's cocky pock and they're just buying more time to be more evil. And by the time we come together, they just like drop tons of bombs on us. And be like, reset, rewind.
Well, we know what the biggest bomb was, and it ain't something they dropped.
Remember them giants, like they say titans? You know, they really didn't need weapons. Imagine a titan farting. That shit would cause all types of destruction. If a titan farted, big as them motherfuckers are, it would cause all types of destruction.
Right? Light this up.
Like their ass would be like a large trumpet. It'd just echo. Brown. Oh man, you'd go deaf.
Right? Think about lighting it on fire, though. What a flame. Be like a rocket ship to the moon. That's crazy.
Yeah, we're the saviors. I even figured that out when I was 11. Not saying I'm better than anyone or special, but I used to sit in church and they used to say, you know, Jesus is coming back to save us all. And I used to think, well, why don't we just, you know, come together and put an end to this evil, and we could save ourselves now? Why? What more? Like, say there is this creator, which I think there's creators. We're given life in this beautiful place. What more can we possibly ask for? It's all up to us. Even in the Bible, it says we're supposed to protect Mother Earth, take care of Mother Earth, basically protect it. We were given this place, and we went off track with material and money. And you know, people say there's nothing we can do. It's inevitable. It's gonna happen regardless. Yeah, if we play along with it. You know, when are people going to just walk away and say enough's enough and start doing for each other? You know, it's that simple. It's that hard, but that simple at the same time. Because it's the hard part is getting people to realize that and actually helping each other out instead of the me mind state. Because the capitalistic mind state is get whatever you can for yourself and fuck everyone else. You know, dog eat dog world, that bullshit that they sell you. That's why I try to help as many people as I can. I'm not rich. I'm far from rich. I just get by enough. You know, I don't need to front like I got money put away and I'm this rich person. Like, I don't give a fuck about money, actually.
Yeah, money.
I just want to be happy and live. I just want to be happy and explore Mother Earth at some point. Before I die, I have to travel. I have to meet people from all over and travel. And I want my own garden. I want to be able to hike. I want to live close to some woods where I could just escape. I'm tired of the city. I'm tired of Connecticut. So my goal is to get the F out of here.
Yeah, it gets cold up there, doesn't it? Man, you ought to be able to see Polaris really good from Connecticut, man. Very close.
If I could get somewhere where it's dark enough and there isn't light pollution, yeah. Because I remember I went camping up in the mountains here in Connecticut. I forgot the name of the town, and we went like away from the campground a little bit, so there's no lights. And man, we were in the woods, and I looked up. I never seen nothing like it. I've never seen so many stars. I was amazed. I said, man, the city drowns them all out.
Mm-hmm. Yep, atmosphere. It's cloudy. Now, see, another thing too. Get thinking of that. I've got a video in there, and I'm shooting Venus. It's fucking like right there to the west of me, right? And I'm filming it. Well, clouds get in front of it, but you can still sometimes see the stars through the clouds, right? You know, when they're not too thick, but you can still see the stars through the clouds. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway,
I had to run with my cat. My cat was tripping out.
I got you. But I took my P900, and I'm like, okay, there's that star. Now those are high clouds that I'm looking at. You know, the high stratosphere. I mean, the clouds are way up. You can tell the difference in the layer. You know, you can tell when they're way up and when they're low. You know, especially here in the mountains, because sometimes they're right on top of the mountain here where I'm at. You can see the clouds, you know, the low lying clouds. But now when it comes to the high clouds and they're way up and you see a star and you see it through it, well, I was like, okay, I got to check this out. So I took my P900 and zoomed straight to that star. And you see the clouds, the light from the star is lighting up the local clouds just like the moon does. I got pictures of it.
This was like over the winter, and thank you, Candy. I seen what you put in the chat, man. I really appreciate it. My old phone, I was pissed when I lost this footage. It was a star that was so bright. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know if it was some sort of a craft with a light on it, because I've never seen a star this bright and close. It was almost like a moon. I thought it was the moon, but it was very bright, and I had footage of it, and it got lost on my other phone. I lost a lot of good stuff in my other phone. I had videos I was working on, all gone. That's why technology kind of sucks if you don't have like a house computer. But I don't know what star it was.
I download all my stuff into. I've got a extension drive that I download it into my computer, and then I put it all into my extension drive. So I save everything, dude. It's got 1 trillion bytes on it. You know, but it's almost full. I might have to go buy me another one. I'm probably going to get one that's got 2 trillion bytes on it.
What do you think about, like, I found a lot of old pictures of people on ships using the sunlight. They were magnifying it and using it to burn. They're making lasers out of it. Now, I think the ancestors had that war where they had weapons like the Bahara and Thor's hammer. Those are all weapons, electromagnetic weapons that are like direct energy weapons. But I also think they have some sort of weapon where they magnify the sun, and that's what melted the bricks and melts this heavy material. Because I mean, what else is gonna melt a freaking castle? You know?
Well, who was it? Archimedes or something like that? That was. I mean, he even did a globe, a MythBusters thing on it about using a mirror, a parabolic mirror, to burn the ships. You know what I'm talking about? And I can't remember exactly. I don't want to say the wrong thing. They were using the sun and a round type of mirror where the sun came in and the beam would shine out. And they would catch ships on fire or something like. You know what I'm saying? I think it was Archimedes and then I'm not sure. I don't want to say that, like I said, the wrong thing. But yeah, I mean, you take, just like a magnifying glass. Everybody as a kid used to use them and burn the ants, catch paper on fire. I want to do that with the moonlight. I want to see if a magnifying glass works with the moonlight.
Probably not. I think the moonlight's cooler because this guy put a temperature gauge to the moonlight and it was colder than the shade. So I don't know.
Yeah, but
I think that's the balance of light.
And the ground and the trees give off heat, and I don't know. I'd have to really check. I mean, I see that. I mean, and sometimes because it's at night and you feel the light of the moon coming on you, you just seem like in your head you're like, oh man, it feels cooler, right? But is it really, or is it just because of the lack of sunlight? Or is it just something in your head that goes, hey, yeah, the moon's cooler? I don't know.
Yolanda says, you guys are describing that we are coming into new phases of the rotation of luminaries. Now, they talk about Polaris shifting. Now, I don't know how true that is, but if that's the case, they're keeping us within certain areas because I think they are hiding land and they're preparing for them to move. So they know they're probably building rockets to just dip out and go to the outer lands if it does shift, and they'll be straight, but we'll be the ones screwed because we'll be left behind as usual. But if that's the case, I don't know how. Once again, I forgot the guy's name with the moon mapped out. Marcel said his name earlier. I gotta remember his dang name, but the moon does kind of look like the way he mapped it out, and it could be like a picture of the realm. I'm not saying that's factual because I don't know, but it's a possibility. The way he mapped it out is pretty good.
I don't think that the moon map is.
Live the Cosmos. That's who. Okay. I
don't think that's. So that would be saying that the moon's a projection. It's not a projection, man. I hate to say, that's my personal opinion.
I respect that.
So I just don't see it as that. Like I said, especially after I got that picture the other day during the eclipse. And then,
so you think
like
it's a solid rock, like floating?
It's like I said, it's something. Because we physically see it.
Could it be like? I remember someone said it could be a like a not an antenna, freaking not a satellite, or yeah, something like a satellite, or who knows?
Well, like I was saying, we got a magnetic. Everything here is magnetics, man. The whole Earth is magnetic. Okay, so let's not to say that the moon is like a steel ball, and that magnetic force, and it's got something in it, and those magnetic forces are keeping it above and floating above the mag. It won't attract it because it's so it repels it. So, and it keeps it up, and it goes in a freaking circle, just like the sun. Is that heat? I don't know. And everybody's got speculations on it. Nobody will ever know. I don't think. But I think it's some kind of, like I said, we got a dome. We got something, water's above as below. But the moon, like I said, it circles and it goes a different, it's not always on the same course. So maybe it's some kind of a magnetic thing those two things are opposite attracting. and it just goes around. But it's a physical object. We only see one side of it for sure. But I don't
Yolanda
know.
said,
I could be wrong.
Yolanda says she disagrees. I think it's 100% a projection. It could have been another sun at one time that went lights out. And she said the ancestors speak of a time of no moon. And I've read some tribe stuff, and yeah, they don't talk about the moon at all. Now, I don't know if they're 100% sun worshippers, or because look at Central America near the equator. They don't get no snow, and the plants flourish all year round. So, and I've heard of times like even these giant granite buildings, you know, how would you heat them? Like people have brought that up, and there's no windows in some of those buildings at the time. So they say, I don't know, but you know, how would you heat them damn things? You know, there's ways, but there's a possibility at one time there wasn't snow, especially with them titan trees that used to be here. Now, what if those exist in the outer lands too? 'Cause I know they're hiding lands. You know, why are you gonna? If you're gonna die, like the Navy ships turn you around. If it's the past the 60th parallel, if it's so vicious waters and so cold you can't survive, what would they care if you pass it? You'll die anyway, right? But instead, they turn you around because they're freaking hiding something, for sure. Because some maps have Australia connected, like you said, to Antarctica, because that is Australia, and there's deserts. And people say there's an ice wall all the way around. Well, I got maps that show deserts. So I don't know. It's very interesting stuff. But like I always say, people ain't gonna agree with everything, and that's fine. You know, I look past that. I don't. It doesn't bother me that people don't see the same things as, you know, the way I see them, and that's what makes, you know, life interesting. And you know, it'd be bland if we lived in a society where there's no creativity, and everyone was the same. There's no uniqueness. That would be so boring. And I think that's why everybody's different. The creator, who heard that creation story of the creator was by himself or her and created us to have, you know, created us to not know everything, so they can communicate and learn on a slower level, and it would be more entertaining to the creator. You dropped off? Okay, yeah. But yeah, I appreciate Flat Earth Nation coming up and sharing that. And I'm gonna, you know, look, you know, take a look at his videos, and I want to get a better telescope and really look into what he's saying. So I kind of don't agree either about the moon, but like I said, I could change my mind. Yeah, of course we live on a, well, it's not completely flat, but the water does level out, so it takes shape of the container. And water has to be contained, or it'll keep looking to level out. Yeah, like this picture right here, that looks just like either bark in a tree or the things in leaves, the stems and the veins and leaves, and it also looks like the Lichtenberg effect. There's many different things, you know, from micro to macro. This map right here is interesting. I got that snake. I don't know what that's about, but I have another picture where the states have these crazy names. And this map right here is really interesting because all them red islands, some of these maps could be before the flood, this huge flood. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The plasma scarring the electric universe. Like I was telling Flat Earth Nation, I seen videos of the guy showing electric sparks coming out the sun, and I've never seen that before. He had these filters on his camera. That was interesting. Like this map right here is interesting. I'm on the cusp of Aries and Taurus. I'm like hours away from being under Taurus. But I know I was born under a fire sign because of my fiery attitude. My passion that burns like Lucifer's light. Ah! Shit. If anyone wants to hit the link, if not, I'm going to end this shortly. Let me see, do I have any other videos that I could share? I know I've been lacking on looking at my... What's this video?
Okay, so we've all seen these, right? We've all seen this in the sky. Most of us are like, what is going on? Well, there's this website, the Geoengineering International Interactive Map. It's at maps.geoengineeringmonitor.org. You can see the web address there. Here you have a map of the world. You can see all the projects that are going on, and on the right-hand side it has all of the different classifications for these experiments or projects that they're doing. Here we have solar radiation management, and right here the cancelled, completed, ongoing, planned, whatever they're doing. 10 ongoing. This one, weather modification 59. And in other, they have 275 ongoing, 18 planned, 243 of them are major research projects. Like always, do your own research.
Research projects. So that says it all. Like, these people don't even know if it works. They're just testing everything out. We're like in a cage of guinea pigs. That's what we are. That's all we are. A bunch of test subjects. In my opinion. You know? Don't think for yourself. Just go to work all day like a zombie. Don't worry about what we're doing over here. And then people be like, why am I sick all the time? And then, beep boop. Yeah, I want to check that out, Orphan Annie. There's no way. Rebecca got a nap. Lack of sleep. That's the worst, man. Sleep deprived. Sleep deprivation. Damn. Talk about strong nails. Ow. No filter on my channel. Take people to the store or on walks. The dark programming wants you to turn dark. Yeah, they're always talking about, like, you know, I think some of this stuff on TV shows, they talk about try to make people believe they're cloning people. I don't know if I buy that. Where they could grow an entire person by using your DNA in a bag. That's kind of hard to believe. You know? And then they're replacing these people when they die. Like, how are you uploading their consciousness so they're the same person? How are you their memory bank and all that? That's another thing. Unless they have already chipped people in the brain and they've already figured all that out. Who knows what goes on underground? And I could guarantee you underground they got some of the best fruit and vegetables growing. They probably that sun they created was for underground. That sun simulator, they built that for underground. So they can grow all their says it is used to become one that Everything's going to become censored. Yeah, I think in Hollywood, they just have the technology to create these masks that are very good, and you know, people play different characters. That's how I see it. And there's that would be the best scam as far as putting life insurance on these people and just killing them off and collecting the money. I mean, people say it ain't about the money, but since when has it not been about the money? You know, a greedy person can never get enough. You know, a greedy person could have $1 trillion and it still ain't enough. You know, first they own a house, then they own two, then they want to own the street, then they want to own an island, then they want the world. It's never enough to them. They can't just be happy with existing and living life. They have to be in control. It's narcissistic, psychotic, whatever label. I don't like being no center of attention. I've always liked to be chill and laid back and leave me alone. I've always been like that. I don't need to be the center of attention with everyone paying attention to me, and because it's like crazy how these people are put on pedestals, and people think more highly of, and they call them idols, right? But everyone's an idol. Everyone, you should put yourself on that pedestal. Fuck the next person. And I'm not saying be mean to other people. I'm just saying always think highly of yourself. Why? You know, these people are called stars. We're all the star. We're all light. Yeah, gold teeth and the jet. Yeah, and all these people, these diamonds and gold teeth, all that gold comes from people slaving in other countries, that everything was stripped from them. And they're forced to dig in the ground in order to make a living, to barely even eat and get by, because everything was robbed from them. Just like everything was robbed from us. We just have our slavery a little better. But these other countries, these are probably tribes that were still living off the grid. And then, you know, through the time, you know, they're trying to find these golden cities and all this stuff. Now it's probably lost in these floods and stuff. The Indiana Jones grave robbers is trying to find, you know, I think it's technology. It ain't just stones and gold and all that. They tell us that. But yeah, they enslaved these tribes and take everything from them, man. They stripped their land right under their feet. And they've been doing this. They started at one point of this realm and went all the way around. It don't matter if you're so-called black, white, Asian, whatever you are. Your tribe has been conquered and everything taken from them. And in order to get anything back that Mother Earth provides free from the creators, right? And what our ancestors left us, you got to slave to get anything that's free that Mother Earth provides. Even electricity is free. And yet, we got to slave our backs to get any of that crap. But, like I say, we go along with it. We can just stop this one day and say, screw this shit. And, you know, like Black Wall Street, they had their own money. They were going to create their own money, and they said, screw this system. I don't fear none of these people. There's no fear at all. When I say I'd rather die than live on my knees, that's facts. It ain't about being cool or being tough. It's just me and the way I am. I just want to live free. If I had a garden and trails close enough to me, I would be hiking all the time and just spending my next half of my life trying to fully find myself and be in tune with Mother Earth. And I am going to have a garden. Do you have watched Hangman? No. I'm going to check that out. Hangman 1128. Let me write that down. Okay. Check that out. I heard Bro Sanchez had a good live the other day about the eclipse. I was on Renegade One's live. He had a little live stream last night, and I jumped on there. And he said a few things that Sweden's going through, and he asked me if I ever felt lonely, and I said I always feel lonely. So you can't even hold a conversation about a lot of this stuff with people because I've tried to conversate with a lot of people. They don't want to hear it. They rather just run and hide. And as far as holding these people accountable, it's like I said, man. I told Renegade, I feel like we're winning. You know, it's too late. They can't stop. The domino effect already started. I told Renegade, they could turn the internet off. It's too late. They can't stop it. There's too many powerful minds that are in position to keep it going. And that's why you see all the chaos going on now is because they're panicking and they know their system's falling apart. They could shove that one world currency up their bum. Once I learn how to plant my own food, it's over. You know, I grew up starving and poor, so that ain't nothing new to me. I can go back to that at any time, and that's why the days I struggle and I have nothing are the days is when I learn to appreciate what I do have. Yeah, that's true. And I agree with that. I've always been a loner. Like, you know, a lot of people when I was growing up, they were like, try to be bullies, but there was always a bully bigger than them. And they always try to down people to make themselves feel better. Miserable people. And what they do is they try to step on other people and try to make yourself look better. I'm gonna have to check that out, Yolanda. Like I used to always go to Bro Sanchez's for years. Like he was one of the first channels I started with, besides ODD TV and Dread from Question Everything and Eric Dubé, and other people. I just started to go down my own path. I said I'm gonna do my own thing, and I like when he does presentations more than when he has debates, because that's, to me, my opinion, Bro Sanchez's PowerPoint is when he does his presentations. He's unmatchable in my opinion. I mean, the synchronization of symbols he uses, and he has a knack for it. And he taught me how to synchronize a lot of symbols just by watching and learning and taking notes. Shit, it sounds like when I came out of prison, Annie, I couldn't have people standing behind me. I remember one time, and this is only 2 years, so I can't imagine people that did 10 years, 30 years. Like, I was standing at a door at a storefront, and I stood there because I was so used to not touching doors and being able to open them, waiting for the CO to come to key the door and open it. I stood in front of the store for like 5 minutes waiting for someone to come and open the door. Like, I've caught myself doing some real incarcerated shit sometimes. Yeah, they could be. But even if someone's a Freemason, a witch, you know, there's good witches, and then you got evil witches. There's a balance in everything. Like, if someone's a Freemason, they're not the people at the top oppressing everyone. So I might look past that label that they are, and I could still learn something from them. That's their decision. I personally am not in no cult. I'm not in no lodge, no religion. I don't want none of that. I'm just me. Like, what the fuck you paying dues to another man for? And then, if Be What It is correct, and they say every time you go up a level in masonry, they tell you what you learned was a lie. And then they say this is the truth. And they keep doing that to you. Like, what type of game is that? What type of bullshit mind fuckery is that? Like, no, this ain't the truth. This is. That's like you're conning the person to keep paying dues to get money out of them. It's just like a religion, man. It's all about sucking money out of people. They pull on your heartstrings. And a preacher got no problem taking the poor man's last dollar when he drives away in his Lexus with his $20,000 suit. Not probably not that expensive, but $1,000 suit. And drives away in the Lexus and lives in the frickin' mansion. They have no problem taking the poor man's last dollar. They don't care. And then they make you feel bad if you don't put money in the pot, because you got to eat dinner tonight. It's just so hypocritical, religion. And you can't be a Mason if you're not in a religion. You got to be a Christian, a Muslim, a Satanist, one of them. Once you find out you're God and you're Satan, you're both, there's no stopping you. Now, people have told me, Chuck, man, you ain't God. You can't raise the dead. They do it all the time. People die all the time, and they zap them back to the realm. So what? Doctors are do what Jesus did, right? People cure the blind all the time. Creating life is sacred. That alone, creating another life with a woman is God. They got the superhero comic book mind state of this God in the sky. That could walk through walls and snap their fingers and create people out of sand and dirt. It's crazy. And I know a lot of people get mad when I start saying that because they're religious. So I'm not attacking anyone individually. I'm attacking a religion. And if people are religious, that's fine too. I'm not hating on no one. That's your decision. Yeah, religion, lodge. It's a gang. It's a brotherhood, sisterhood, and it's about the. It's like the movie John Wick, where they had those special coins, and he could go to different cities and get whatever he needs. That's kind of like a Masonic lodge. They have special what's the word I'm looking for? Special treatment, or they get, special treatment, put it that way, you know. Um they get away with things that a normal person won't. Just the whole mind state of you living, being in a secret society and having a secret and hiding it. To me, that's a snake mentality, man. To con people and get over on people, that's a scumbag mentality. Yeah, perks. Percocets? No, I know what you mean. They're magicians. That's why politics use their hands when they talk. They got you all hypnotized. To me, they look ridiculous when they're talking and waving their hands around, throwing up their gang signs. It's funny to me. They remind me of a puppet. Being their strings are being pulled and their hands are going everywhere, like the puppet masters above them, pulling their strings and their hands are going everywhere. They look ridiculous. Because I see right through that shit. Don't fool me at all. Thank you, Orphan Annie. Yeah, I had text you back too, Annie. They gotta dance with their pants around their ankles. All I got out of religion was they want you to think lesser of yourself. The person that preaches you're a sinner sins more than the person you're preaching to. They deceive the people and lie right to your face. And they got a nerve to say you're born into sin and you're a sinner, right? Hypocrites. Oh shit, my phone's at 20%. Okay, whenever you have time. I understand. Orphan Annie. What's up, Marcel? You busy? Well, I don't know. I'm gonna give it like 10 minutes. If no one comes up, I'm going to, I gotta make some coconut water with some lemon limes. That's banging. Yeah, I will. I'll check it out, Orphan Annie. I'll talk to you more about it when we speak. 'Cause I would definitely like to do that. I need a vacation soon. I've been doing this 6 years. It's draining me. It's financially draining me, physically draining me, and I need to get away for a good 2 weeks. Peace, Lady Shay, Butter Dreamy Queen. That's a long name. You still making beats? We got another artist right here that makes beats. I forgot about Lady Shay making beats. That's a see. I could get a beat there too. I want to use all the talent from the community to make this EP that I'm gonna work on. Okay, Annie. Yeah, when I seen your picture when I emailed you, I was like, man, I couldn't believe it's the same person. I was like, no, I've been fooled. Yeah, I would love a van to travel. But the problem is you know, I would do it anyway, but there's a lot of crooked cops that, you know, this is becoming a police state, North Korea, where you're not even allowed to sleep in the van on the side streets anymore. Like in some cities and towns, they make these corny, like their policy trumps the Constitution. Like, I'm about to take these people to court. I'm on the verge of flipping out with these people, but I try to be professional and not flip the lid on these people. I shouldn't have as many gray hairs as I have at 42. I want to get a beat similar to this beat right here. I love this beat. This beat is perfect. Let me play it. I'm just gonna play a clip of it.
You're my puppet. That's right. You're my puppet. You're my puppet. I know how. You're my puppet. You're my puppet. You're my puppet.
I love that beat by Dr. Dre. I'm gonna destroy that beat. I'm gonna make the government look like peons when I'm done lyrically destroying them. What's up, Marcel?
Oh, nothing much. Just enjoying my full belly after my meal.
Yeah, I bought some yucca, or it's yucca, the yucca root. It's a root that's from, I think, Central or South America. I love it. It's like a potato, but it's got more nutrients and minerals in it. It's like covered with wax.
Okay.
And it's not like the new stuff they're covering with wax. I've been, is it gray or white hair equals to more wisdom?
I think I never had that.
White
Okay.
hair. Yeah, I've seen a kung fu movie where the guy was like 16 years old and he had all white hair, and it was because of his level of wisdom. That's what it represents, white hair. All that represents to me is I'm getting closer to my hole in the ground.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty gray over here as well. So yeah. Well, yes, it's something you cannot change, right?
Yeah, that's why the next half of my life, I just want to spend. I want to get a garden. And if things go the way I hope they go, and I have this opportunity that I have to do some more talking with this person, I'll have my garden and I could live my dream and just slowly walk away from the system. Once I start growing my own food, I could survive on my own. That's no problem. I like being in the woods in the middle of nowhere without people for miles because I don't have to worry about idiots. There's so many of them. No
Yeah.
disrespect to nobody, but well, no, you know, I don't think I'm like above people, but sometimes I wonder about what happened to common sense. It's not so common anymore.
Exactly.
I don't know what happened. When I was growing up, people used to be like, they wanted to be free and independent, and now it's like people want to be a slave. They have to be told what to do. They want to be told what to do. They can't let go of the system because they're
No,
afraid.
they don't even they don't even see that they're slaves or
That
understand
too.
that they're slaves.
That's the worst type of prisoner. Is the one
Yeah.
that a prison with no bars is the worst prison
Mm-hmm.
because
I spoke to a fellow gardener today, and she's also growing like Dean and myself, like permaculture style. And she said the same thing. How many people don't understand the way we are gardening? Keeping the soil intact and giving back to the soil what you grow. Throwing nothing away, put everything back in the garden. They don't understand it.
yeah, it's fertilizer, right? It's
Yeah.
nutrients for the soil, right?
Yeah, you have to understand these are most people there. That these are people that grow are busy in their garden for like 30+ years, but they still remove everything from the garden when the season is over, and put everything in the truck and bring it to the dumpster, right?
Yeah.
I put everything back in the garden, and nothing goes to waste in my garden. I don't have to get rid of soil or leaves or branches. I just cut it up. I mix it with my soil and with my compost and with manure and all that. Man, yeah, but that shows that even the previous generation has been duped, basically. And they think They don't know a different way to garden. You know, it's the lack of knowledge, basically. You know, not looking further than you are told to look, basically. You know, yeah. But yeah, that's pretty sad by itself. But yeah, I think it's the best way forward. You know, to live in harmony with your surroundings, and that's how it's supposed to be.
That's what I'm looking for. Like, no matter what job I did, I was never happy, except for like painting, even though it's hard work. Like, even carpentry, you know, I enjoyed, it's like an artwork to me. And I got to express, you know, through the art of carpentry. Even sheetrock, that's a hard laboring job. Especially when you're doing ceilings. Oh my God. But now they have more equipment to where, but it's backbreaking. If you got to hold these, depending on how thick the sheetrock is, holding it up over your head all day, your arms will be dead by the end of the day. But I hated working in fast food. Like, all them jobs just were the utmost. The pay rate was trash. You don't have no enthusiasm to go to work. It's like, I ain't getting paid nowhere enough to deal with this bullshit.
Yeah, I tried a lot of things. You know, working behind a desk, factory work, in the greenhouses, care, electrician, you know, mechanic. Nothing was fulfilling. You know, it's all, you're all locked in a 9 to 5, or and it's never enough. You know, your boss is never satisfied, even if you give your full 100%. And I really didn't like that, and I just still don't like it, and I will never like it. Let's say it like that. You know, because it isn't supposed to be like this. If I had a chance, I would live in my garden, basically. You know. Yeah, I don't own the ground. I just hire the ground, and I think that's the trick they pulled on everybody, because most people can't afford to buy pieces of land, which is by itself is ridiculous, because you buy the land from who? Who says it's their land? You know, it's the land of everybody. You know, it's who made that claim that it's their land that we're supposed to buy, or you know, ask permission to grow something on. That's insane. Yeah.
Anyone could print up a piece of paper and say it's my land.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if everyone just stopped paying rent and said fuck it, right? And mortgage and all that, and said and held their ground, considering everyone's armed to the teeth, and said, I'm not leaving. What would they do? Right? They would lose.
Yeah, exactly. To do that for a month or a few months, you know, with everybody, and it's over. You know, they can pack their baggage and go. It's that simple. You said it earlier in the episode. You know, if everybody just stopped doing what they're doing, it's over for them. You know.
Yep. People are scared though. It's that fear that's put of them failing, and they don't know how to survive. They don't know how to plant food, and that art of. I remember grandparents everywhere would have a little garden, and that art has been not passed down because of supermarkets and stuff. And
Yeah, you can build a pretty decent, let's call it a mini garden, 1 square meter. You can grow a lot of stuff in there, you know, like berries and herbs and all that. You can basically could live on that. It's not a complete meal every day, but you could do a lot with that.
Like that guy, what was his name? Something Mustache or?
Oh, Spicy Mustache, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's awesome, man. That dude is like a master at his craft when it comes to gardening. I mean, I was watching one of his videos, and the way he was stacking his growing, I was just impressed, man. And his tattoos, like I can't help but to analyze his tattoos. There's all sorts of alchemy and the stars, and he's like all into that energy stuff. And you know, people say that's satanic because they don't, you know, they haven't researched on any of that stuff. That all the ancestors knew about all that.
Yeah, you understand why that man has done his research. You know, he knows exactly what is true and what isn't. At least for him.
Yeah, he's tapping into that energy, man, and that's why they demonize everything, so you can't tap into that energy. You're just stagnant. When they demonize everything, it's for a reason, because all you're gonna have blinders on. You know, everything else is satanic to you and demonized, and you don't want to. You can't advance because everything is evil to you. You're stuck in that one area.
That's a tactic that they always use. People that don't have a lot of knowledge, they are easy to manipulate. You know, that's their whole trick since the beginning of time. If people are scared, you can basically do whatever you want with them. They will listen to you because they think you know more. Which most of the time, if we are talking about governments and all that, they do know stuff, but they abuse it. They use it against us, not to help us. We all already know that. All right.
Yeah, they're falling apart though.
Yeah.
They're gonna weasel their way back underground like they always do. I think they've done this plan a few times already. Where they use their weapons from underground and annihilate everyone, and then they come out slowly like the snakes they are.
Yeah, I think this time it will be a little bit different than before. At least that's my belief system. Maybe it's the wrong word of choice, but
we need to get one of those atomic bombs and drop it down the shaft. Whoops, sorry.
yeah, I think their hiding place will be their grave this time. You know. Yeah.
Find the opening to one of them shafts and just drop a bomb down it. Sayonara. Nah, I don't know. We shouldn't destroy them cities underground. We could use them for positive stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, with all the knowledge we gather now, and let's say that's between the question marks if everything is true or false, it doesn't. And there will be some things that will not be true or half true or whatever. But with all the knowledge that we have access to, people cannot say, "Oh, I didn't know," or "I didn't see that," or whatever. You know, it's come across everywhere. You know, even in the mainstream now. But if people still continue to close their eyes, it's their own fault. You know, you cannot help those people. It's and I'm not worried about that anymore. I focus on the people that do see that something big is going on.
Maggot said, I went to a sheep shearing shed, and dug shit out for 2 weeks and gardened mint.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't put cold water on seedlings, root shock, yeah. You ever notice how rainwater in the summertime is warm? It's never ice cold. And that makes sense because it would shock the roots to thinking the season's changing.
Yeah. You know, I used to drink a lot of cold water, but I basically put that on a hold and limited the cold water. I basically, most of the times I drink water from in room temperature. And yeah, it's a good point from Maggot. It's not only uh, the seedlings that have that, but it's not healthy for people as well to drink a lot of cold drinks. And you got that video a while back from me. I think I sent it to you. That dude that plays classical music in his wine garden.
Let me see. I know I have a bunch of videos.
And the grapes, the grapes basically started producing in the beginning. He produced only 1/10 of what he's producing now. And somebody told him, you should play classical music in your wine garden to produce grapes. And he did that. He installed like musical stuff in his big garden, and he produces 10 times more than he did before, just by playing classical music. I thought it's very interesting. So yeah, healing frequencies definitely play a big part.
Yeah, I have to upload that one again. Mozart.
Yeah, Maggot knows what's going on. Did you get the manure for free, Maggot? That's even better, right? You don't have to pay for it.
Did you ever hear about? I'm gonna play a clip of this real quick, Marcel. This movie. I wanted to see this movie, but I can't find it anywhere. Watch. Check this clip out. And I'm pretty sure you have heard of this movie.
Dreamt about how things were.
What's the name of that movie?
I'm not sure, but I remember when it was supposed to come out, and allegedly the director was killed or something. But what they show in that movie already is happening, most of it.
Yeah.
There's a reason.
I thought they scanned their pulse or their and he had like a barcode or a chip in their arm, right? He was scanning people. Yeah. Well, it's already the case everywhere, right?
Yeah. Why would someone want to do that? Like,
control.
But why would you want to put a chip in you, even to open your doors? Oh, you can open your door with it. You can flush your toilet with it. Like,
Yeah, I will never understand why even anybody would willingly chip themselves or barcode themselves.
Right. You could offer Chuck $20 million. It sounds good. It'll help me out greatly. I could do so much, but I wouldn't take it. You can offer me $100 trillion to do that.
Hmm.
I have this video of this guy. He's flying around. Check this out. He's flying around with this technology.
Rotating or spinning magnets or something.
Yeah. That and they always use Tartaria. Like everything's Tartaria to people. It's like, come on.
No, it doesn't really matter what they call it. You know, it's all the evidence is there that the technology was far more better in the past than we have now. You know, it only looks fancier now, but they still control everything. You know, still not really free.
Mark Baskin. Peace, Renegade. If you want to hit the link, it's pinned. And peace to MG Tau, MG Toe, MG MG TOW forever. Started with fruit. They barcoded boxes and field, and then they could tell you how long it took to get from farm to Woolworths. I remember Woolworths.
Yeah, it's all about control. There's nothing else.
Yeah. Renegade was speaking on stuff that's going on in Sweden right now. And he said, if I'm not mistaken, that you can't pick like berries and all this stuff. You have to buy. You can't pick wild anymore, something like that. Some thing that's coming into play.
Yeah. Well, I understand why they're saying that because they don't want people to be self-sufficient. But you
Right.
should, that advice that they give, they should put it where the sun don't shine.
Right. Just don't follow along with it, and they have no power.
Who are they to say that you cannot pick berries? Fuck them. We have to buy those GMO bullshit that they put for us in the store so that we can poison ourselves. Fuck them.
Right.
They can eat their crickets and their
Rats.
cockroaches themselves, you know?
Yeah. They're cricket cookies.
Petrol went up 45 cents a liter in 3 days. 3 days ago. Yeah, the prices went up here as well, Maggot. Not that I have a car, but I hear it from people. Most people are still getting their gas in Germany because it's much cheaper there. Yeah, Europe won. Yeah, years ago they said Europe won, and every price everywhere will be the same. Well, it still hasn't been the same since the beginning. We live near the border from Germany, and all the people in this area are getting their gas and oils in Germany and not the Netherlands. Yeah, that's insane.
We're not allowed to get wood from the bush anymore. It's just fuel for the bushfire now. That's crazy, man. Like I said, man, people need to just stop listening to these people. If
Yeah.
people start doing it in mass amounts, what are they gonna do? That's why we'll never let them disarm America. That's my favorite part of law is the Second Amendment. They want to get tyrannical, bring it. Like I said, I'd rather be dead than live on my knees.
Yeah, well, like you said, we've got guns and all that, but if you read that stuff of the world organizations, they want to control everything, and you
Right.
can have guns, but if you don't have food, they will starve you. So you better
That's
get
true.
in the
That
garden.
is true.
That's the most important thing, and a lot of people already see that, and that's good. Just continue with that. But if you don't have a big garden, at least do something. Plant some
Yeah.
trees in the neighborhood or whatever. Do something.
The people who panic and start looting and stuff, they're gonna die first. They're gonna shoot all them. That's
Yeah.
why I'll disappear into the woods. And when the smoke settles, I'll peek my head out. Is it all right? No.
Yeah, I'll start a community garden with people. Just ask around to throw a pamphlet in their PO box or whatever. I think a lot of people are interested in that. I guess I tried
They
it here
have
as
been.
well, and the first time, a lot of people were interested until I was at the point that I got permission from the people here in the area that are in the government functions, and
You see this?
at that moment, nobody wanted to continue with the garden. It was really sad, but so that's why I started myself.
Renegade said, "What up, Marcel?" And Maggot says, "If you get caught collecting wood, they impound your car. The community garden is a wild day." That's crazy. They'll pound your car, man. Like, these people are something else. They need to get socked in the mouth. That's what they need.
Yeah. And who are they to say that you cannot pick some wood just to survive? Who are they? Did they ever
Yeah.
do something for us?
Right.
No. Why should we listen to them?
There's state parks in America where you can't take, if you take a piece of wood, if you say you took a piece of wood off the ground and put it in your pocket and left with it, you'd be fined $500. These state parks. Like, they own the sticks on the ground. Like, come on. These people are like the mafia, bullying people for money. I would never pay that shit. Every time I've gotten a ticket, I send it in not guilty. Never pay that shit.
Well, they cannot do anything with your ticket if you don't take it.
Yeah.
Because you need
I've
to
never
take it.
paid them. They could come after me. I don't own anything. Go ahead. Sue me. What you gonna get? Nothing, because I ain't paying.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Did you get that one from Kissinger that says that Klaus Schwab went too far with bringing all those foreigners to Europe and all that? Even Kissinger said this is too much. This is gonna end disaster as well. But yeah, well, people that still use their brain 20 years here ago did say that as well. You know, I was one of them. You know, that much people, nobody can solve that in a few years. And not that I blame those people, because those people are victims as well. You know, their country is in chaos and destroyed, and they took all
Yeah.
their resources. And but yeah, that's their goal. You know, create panic to pull off the attention from the govs and all the evil organizations, and they want to create a civil war, but it's not going to happen. You see that everywhere now. It's going to fail this time for them.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Because I don't even, you know, I only time I'd go to war is if I play defense if I had to, but I don't want to go to war. I don't want people to die.
Nobody wants to go to war. Even most soldiers, you know, it's just that they signed a contract, you know, they have to. But if I had signed a contract before all this happened, I would desert. You know, it's as simple as that. I'm not gonna continue slaughtering innocent people. You know.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I believed that you were gonna help people, but it's the opposite of that. You are being used by big corporations to mangle yourself in a war that isn't even a war. It's just to steal resources and all that. You know. There are no honest wars anymore, you know. If there ever was an honest war, you know. Do you see what Maggot said? I know the Australian bush too well. There's no hope catching me. Cool. It's awesome.
Yeah. I think when I have a few dollars in my pocket, I'm going hiking. What's today? I'm gonna go hiking for sure, man. Take a whole day and just dip out of here
Yeah.
and go up in the woods.
Yeah,
It's been
clear your mind for a
years.
bit. That's always good. It's always
It's
good.
been years since I've done that. Like, went up there. So I'll probably wait till a Sunday when the water department's closed, and then go up there and just hopefully the same trail's open. I haven't been up there in 25 years, but I'm pretty sure it's still the same.
Yeah, I try to take a walk every morning, but it's getting colder. Most times in the morning it's pretty cold right now, so it's not.
Yeah,
I don't walk that long as I normally would walk, but it's still good and feels good to take an early walk, you know, before
I
starting.
walk every day. We're green and brown. Yeah, I have the old school camo. I got a mask, you know. I got the jacket, the camo pants, the boots. I got a bug out bag, three bug out bags. One you could throw a backpack for the tent and all the sleeping gear, and I got lanterns and cooking stuff and things heavy, man. Like,
Yeah.
there's so much stuff: axes, little axe, a big axe, what's that thing called? A machete. Definitely a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
got all the
camo,
basics. I got all the basics.
waterproof matches, everything, man. Fire starters, different types of like, I got all types of stuff. Flint, I keep just in case. Cotton
Parachute
ball.
rope.
I have to get a tent and a sleeping bag, and that's just gonna add more weight to what I have already.
I recently bought a poncho, army colors.
Yeah, I have good socks, couple pairs. You bought a what? An army what?
A poncho.
Hmm.
For when it's raining, you know. It's easy to move easier to move in. I had a rain suit, but it was I already had it a few years, and recently the pants totally gave up, so it was time to buy something else.
Yeah, there's something about camping, Maggot. Like, it's I don't know. When I used to camp with my mom back in the days, in the 90s, I would get the best sleep of my life out there in the camp. I don't know if it's the sound of nature or what it is, but laying on that ground and near the trees and all that, I don't know. It's just something about the energy you sleep like, and you wake up refreshed. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's
compared to a bed, sleeping on a bed, disconnected from the earth. Maybe it's because your spine is laying on the ground and it's charging. You know, you are a battery.
Yeah, and try walking on barefoot when it's not too rainy or whatever. You know, it's even I do it when it's raining as well, but when it's not too cold, of course. But yeah, it's most people will look strangely at you when you're walking barefoot feet when it's raining, but who cares, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. What's today? The 18th? No, the 17th. So, yeah, about 2 more weeks. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna get a backpack, put a few things in there, and I might not come back till late night. I'll bring a flashlight. I'll even do it by myself, even though it's never good to hike by yourself, especially at night. But yeah.
Yeah, at least bring some protective stuff with you, you know, say a knife or something else, you know, just to be sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring my machete. Get kung fu on them. Start spinning like a windmill and chop their arm off. Yeah, I got a walking stick too. A nice one. Let me show you. I got a nice walking stick.
Oh,
but I took electric tape and I went up and down the whole stick. So you could see, you know, it goes all the way down.
Cool.
Yeah, I got my camel pants on now, as a matter of fact. But I got all sorts of camo. I got the Desert Storm, real marine camo. I got all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I got a dark camo and I got the Dutch version. It's like a green.
Like this. I'm gonna wear this when I go hiking.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And I got a ski mask to cover from cameras. People say, Chuck, man, I thought you were younger because you had a ski mask on. Man, I was wearing ski masks when I was 12 years old, and they weren't the cheap kind they got today. They were the kind you use when you go and skiing and stuff. Yeah, I forgot. I got some brass knuckles. I got those from Kimba. They're all hanging up on my wall. I forgot I had the brass knuckles. Those things will destroy somebody, man. One hit with those, that person ain't. They'll be so focused on picking their jaw up that you'll annihilate that threat right away. I got punched in the arm with brass knuckles and it black and blue with my whole shoulder. So I can't imagine a jawbone hit. Not that I like inflicting violence. I'm just saying, if you gotta stop somebody from hurting you, there's a lot of pressure points you can hit too.
Yeah, it's better safe than sorry. They say like that, right? It's better to be prepared. You know, better to not use it and have it than needing to use it and don't having it. You know,
like
there's some strange dudes and out there. You know.
You could get them in a headlock and kick the back of their leg out so it'll fold, you know, like, and it's all about getting a person off balance, because once they're off balance, you could bring them anywhere. Like, that's one thing about Kung Fu, it's about getting a person off balance, because then you could direct them any which way.
Yeah, what I always learned is never attack first. Always watch movements of people. Basically, always observe and react to somebody else's aggression.
Right. Always watch their eyes, because they're gonna look at the point. They're gonna, you know, they're gonna look at where they want to strike, and they'll look away. They're always gonna look at where they're gonna hit you first. You know, you always watch their eyes. And, so I learned that. And I'm not saying it's foolproof all the time, because people could trick you. And, you know, it's fighting is when it's going down, it's a whole nother thing. You know, you could talk about it and say what you're gonna do, but when it goes down, it's a whole nother ball game. You know.
Yeah, I learned from my dad at a young age. He was practicing karate, and yeah, he taught me a few things. Almost never had to use it, but it's still pretty handy, you know.
Yeah. Kempo. My roommate was Kempo, and he's about breaking bones and shit. And you know, like kicking someone, you know, in the knee from the inside out, and it's, oh man, if you could like kick someone's knee, like a full kick, to put their knee backwards and break it, oh my god, that's horrific shit. Plus nowadays, if you do shit like that to somebody, you know they're calling the police. But it, you know.
Yeah, I never used it to hurt somebody, you know. I always used it to evade somebody, you know. Their attack I used as my defense, you know. Use their power that they put in the attack against them, you know. Just use their energy against them. That's yeah, that's basically it, you know.
Yeah, just choke them out.
Some people get tired of attacking when you keep evading them, you know.
That's what I was just thinking. If a person's big, I'm gonna keep running around and laughing, because the more you laugh, they're just gonna get mad and chaotic, and they're so angry that, you know, they're just gonna tire out.
Yeah.
But I'm not 18 anymore, so I might tire myself out.
Yeah, but it's true what you said. A knee is a very vulnerable spot, you know. A knee, if somebody, if you did something to somebody's knee or another vulnerable point, they're done. You know, they're disabled, and
the throat.
Yeah, basically the most of the trouble's over by that point.
Karate chopped throat. Oh my god, I've been karate chopped in the throat playing around. So, yeah, that would definitely slow a
Yeah,
person down.
that too, Maggot. That's true. Open palm. Yeah.
Sleeper hold, yeah, that's what I said. Put them to sleep. Just choke them out if you can.
Yeah, or hit him at the plexus, the core plexus in your chest. You know, it's another way. Basically, slap all the air out of his lungs.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sharp chow throat punch. Yeah, throat punch. They'll be too busy trying to breathe to worry about anything else. Because when I got chopped in the throat, I was trying to breathe, wouldn't worry about anything else. He said the rope dart is my go-to. Everybody's kung fu fighting in here, voice said. Like I said, like, you know, you could plan on doing this and that, but when it's all said and done and the party begins, it's another ball game, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Best is to not get in such situations. You know, and you can
Right.
not always steer that, but when you can, just walk away. You know, it's the best
Yep,
option.
I agree with that. I don't, you know, I go hiking to get away from the nonsense, you know, let alone I don't want to go hiking and have to, you know, I don't go hiking thinking I'm gonna have to defend myself, but you never know, there's psychos everywhere.
Yeah.
That's a good, see it before it happens and leave.
Yeah.
What's up, boy?
Telling truth will get one targeted, he says. Yeah. That's also true. But yeah, that's the good targeting, you know?
Look. You gotta watch James Freeman, man. He called up the police department, right? Because there's a video of this guy. His sarcasm is so funny, man. The situation isn't funny because the guy was on his own property and because the guy didn't listen to what the police told him, he was yelling on his own property. He could yell as loud as he wants. He wasn't, you know, the cop was telling him to do something and the guy didn't have to, you know. He was telling him to shut up or something, and the guy didn't shut up. So the cop beat the fuck out of this guy, all because, and the guy was crying. He's like, "Why did you do this to me?" And he's like, "'Cause you didn't listen to me." So James Freeman calls up the police department, and he's asking the sergeant about the situation. And, you know, their go-to is, "Oh, we can't speak on the situation. It's still an open case." That's their always go-to, so they don't have to speak on the situation. So he goes, you know, "I respect what you guys do." He goes, "Because I told my wife to put mayonnaise on my sandwich, and when she didn't, I beat the fuck out of her, right?" Or I smacked the shit out of her, son, right? He goes, "Because when people don't listen to me," he goes, "you know, you got to set them straight," or something like that. He goes, "You know, I like living in North Korea," right? He's telling the cop this, but it was being sarcastic, you know.
Yeah.
And the way he said it, man, was, "If my wife didn't put mayonnaise on my sandwich, I open hand smack that bitch," or something like that. And his sarcasm, I was laughing so hard, man. But it's not funny what happened to the guy. It was just, you know, he's using like sarcasm, and he calls the police departments and tells them, you know, to be sarcastic. He tells them, "Oh, I appreciate the job you're doing. You know, when people don't listen, you should beat the hell out of them," right?
Yeah, you got a lot of little dictators in the corps, in the police corps.
Yeah.
It's insane. Not only there in the Netherlands as well. Some are pretty decent, but they're still not doing anything basically for the people. But because they're under control of, But yeah, you got some little dictators in that corps. It's brown shirts, I call them.
Yeah.
Traitors of the
Yeah,
people.
but that a guy who was sleeping, I put the video up. He was sleeping. Wasn't even in the park after hours. He was parked outside the park in the parking lot. He drove like an hour and a half. So he figured I'm gonna take. It was 10:30 at night, and his family didn't pick the phone up, so he was gonna take a quick nap and drive back. And the cop woke him up because he was taking a nap in his car. Perfectly lawful. It was a civil defense, meaning, that's nothing. It's not even a misdemeanor. It's not even a crime. And the cop's saying you're committing a crime. And, all the cop had to do was tell him to leave. That's it. Instead, he gets all like,
You know what I think, that why those cops don't know that they don't even know the law, because they cannot find any good people anymore that want to be active in the police corps, because they see or notice the corruption there. So they can only hire goons, like half criminals basically, and people that don't use their brains very much, basically, and but
right.
they like to dictate, and that's what's happening. Not only in America, everywhere, I think.
Peace, London, man. Yeah. I like
So,
James Freeman.
so it's also a good sign, that the good people are not joining the police corps anymore. That's a good
Yeah.
thing.
It's getting ridiculous out here with the tyranny.
Yeah, just try not to focus on it too much. It's I did it as well in the past, way more than it's good for me. But I try to focus on the smaller stuff. My garden and inside the house, my family. Had a few friends that I still have, and that's important to me. And the other stuff I share, what we were talking about now, and other stuff I share wherever I can, and that's all we can do at this point. And we just need more people on our side, and I think that's what it's about now. Just gather as much people that are willing to stand up to this regime.
We need to form a coalition. Huh?
Randy. Whatever.
Adrian. Rocky.
Well, that was the best Rocky movie, the first one.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I was watching this chiropractor, man, and he was like popping all these, and my back and shoulder hurts a lot sometimes. He took this woman's leg, pulled it, and reset her hips. And I'm like, man, I need some of that, bro. They need to like pull my neck and fix my spine, and I need some of them, crack and popples. And
I stopped doing that. Why? Because years ago, I had insurance, and I could basically had unlimited times that I could go to a chiropractor or something else. So I did when I needed it, and but now I don't have that in my package anymore, because you can only have 28 treatments every year. That's not even a start for me. and I would have had to paid the same amount that I had when I had unlimited. So I stopped taking that insurance. You know, I do it in my own manners now. You know, just walking, stretching when I'm on the way, and riding my bike. And it doesn't cost me anything, and not that all my problems are solved or something. No, not at all. But you can do it. You can do a lot yourself. That's what I'm trying to say, without paying anything to a chiropractor or whatever. The internet is full of tips and exercises and all that,
Yeah.
and of course eating. You know, just watch what you eat. You know, drink. But yeah, I used to go to a chiropractor a lot. My neck, especially my neck and my lower back, and yeah, it did help me a lot. But
Yeah, there's people, they're trying to start their BS again with people
with the
wearing
jabba dabba
diapers.
do, you mean?
Hmm.
With the jabba dabba do, you mean?
Yeah, and the diapers.
Yeah, yeah, I heard about it, but I'm not too worried about that. You know? I'm not
No.
gonna comply anyway, so. Yeah, if by this point people still don't understand that it's all bullshit, and let them wear their mask. Just stay out of my way.
Peace, Dean.
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
to
I was
make a
looking into this.
to the supermarket pretty soon because I collected a lot of cans and bottles again. And
Yeah,
like
I just brought a bag.
Hmm?
I had to do it myself. I brought a bag. I only had $3. That was depressing. A big bag too. And I realized every big bag, because one time I had 4 bags filled. I had so many bottles saved up. It was like 4 months worth. You know, my roommate drinks soda like it's going out of style. I don't. I can't. You know, I try to drink lemon water and shit like that. I don't want to rot my stomach out. I didn't know that stuff growing up rots your stomach out and all that. I try not to drink no soda at all.
Yeah.
I try to
Yeah,
juice,
same
make a
here.
lot of juices, freshly squeezed. But yeah, I brought it bag back, and I got 280, about $3. It's only a nickel the fucking thing here. That's why.
Well, last time that I went to the supermarket to bring back empty bottles and cans, I had like 2 big garbage bags. The blue ones, I think they're a meter in height
The
or
huge
something.
one.
Yeah, two full of aluminium cans and 2 full of bottles, plastic bottles, and I had €50 and 40 cents in total.
Nice.
Yeah, and I have
Nice.
I have had at least twice as much in my shed now. So next time when I get everything in those big bags, I think I have €100 or something.
And in the city I live in, Marcel, there's these two women. I think they're from Africa, but they stay on the streets. They don't want government but they go around on recycle day and they get all these cans. I mean, they push 2 carts that have like 6 big bags of filled. I mean, they make good money doing it. There's people in the city that do that so much, but it's a lot of work, man. You got to get up early, and you got to hit the streets before everyone else gets to it because
but think about it. If you lose everything, you know, let's say I might lose everything, you know, for example, and I would be living on the streets. I would be doing that as well. I'm doing that now, and it's exactly the point. I think I wouldn't sleep at night. I think I would sleep by daytime if I was living on the street. You know?
That's the best way to do it.
It's nice and quiet. You can get all the find all the cans and stuff that you want without being disturbed by other people.
That's what there's these people in my building. They get up at like 3 a.m. and they start. It's a lot of work, and if there wasn't so many people doing it in the city, they know what days to go out, what trash on what side of the city is put out, and they got it all figured out already. And there's like, I've seen 10 different people that do it.
Yeah.
So
I've met some people in the last couple of months that are doing the same, you know, collecting cans and other stuff. They know places on the terrain of factories and companies that have big containers there with all kinds of stuff that they are throwing away. And she and others are basically dumpster diving there, and they find all sorts of stuff.
That's another good thing is scrapping. If you got a pickup truck and you could haul that, you know, you could get some good scrapping because all the scrap yards. Well, there's one on the east side of New Britain, but you got to have a pickup. You got to be able to haul the stuff. You can't pull up with a carriage. You know, they'll be like, what? Because you got to weigh it. But if I had a pickup, I would scrap.
The copper cables and the old chips and old computers all have like gold and silver in it. Well, and if you save that every week or a month,
projector TV
that adds up. You know, it's
the projector TV I had so much copper in it, and I threw it out like a dummy, man. I didn't even think of that. A lot of copper got thrown out. And my friend was like, you know, that was all copper. And I'm like, oh, oops, too late now. It's all gone.
True, dude.
But now,
it's true.
If I see a projector TV now, I know what to get. You know, I know exactly where to go to pull them things out to get the copper.
Yeah.
And I'll do it. I have no shame in my game. If I see cans or anything and no one's taking them, I'll take them.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not. You know, I gotta hustle when I can hustle.
Yeah, when I go on my bike to wherever, to the city or to a store or something, and I come across while riding there a can or a bottle or something, I stop, you know, and I pick it up. People might look strange from why are you picking that up? It's only 10 cents. But yeah, but it adds up, you know. It's
right.
When you got a full bag, you have like 7.5. If you call, I got.
Oh, you get 10 cents. We only get a nickel. So 10 cents is even better. Every 10 bottles is $1. It takes us 20 bottles to get $1. So that's even better, man. Every 10 is $1. Shit, I would be out there even more.
I think that the most cans are all the aluminium cans are 15 cents, And I thought the plastic bottles were 15 cents as well, but I was mistaken. It was 10 cents. But it still adds up, you know. It's yeah. I saw the end result. I had like $50 in my pocket, you know, while bringing back those cans and
That ain't
bottles.
bad. That's good.
But yeah, it takes some work. But if you got the time and you like doing that, you know, for me, I'm always up early most of the time. So for me, it's not a problem. But and I do like it. It's like a sort of adventure almost, you know, going out before the sun is up and with your flashlight and your grabber and your just on the hunt for empty bottles. Yeah.
Yeah, for 10 cents a piece, I would be on the hunt too, because to get 10 bottles, you know, even 10 cans or whatever, that's $1 off the rip, and that's not hard. You could find that quick. So you get 50 cans, you got $5 already. I mean,
Yeah. You know, most people still throw everything away, you know, the cans, because a lot of people here still have a good life, you know, lots of money and a good job and all that. They don't bring the bottles back to the store and all that. And I heard that quite a few times. And if I have to believe it, is only 10% or 15% of all the bottles and cans that are bought in stores or wherever get returned. So you can imagine what kind of money has is been thrown away every week, you know?
yeah.
Only the bottles and cans. It's yeah, people that are living uh, with no worries about money, they just throw everything in the bin, you know? Yeah. So I should sort of be thankful to them as well, because what I come across, I take, you know? It's easy money, you know? It's free. Money is laying on the street basically.
Nothing wrong with that. Like I said, if I had a pickup, I would go scrapping. There's all these on the railroad tracks, there's all them iron nails or whatever they are. There's some nails that are all on the side. You could cash them in. I mean, they just lay there and collect rust. Scrap metal. These, I'll show you. I got one. These things right here. Oh, let me stop this. These nails.
Whoa, they were huge.
Yeah, they're for the railroad spikes.
Oh, they're heavy?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
that adds up as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, collect all that iron. It's with weight, right? It's not iron is you can collect, and it's a kilo or per pound or something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, they just sit on the side of the tracks. You know, they can't say they own them. They're just sitting there.
Free
So, I mean, and they get heavy. A bucket of these nails, oh my God, you'd be lucky to pick the bucket up.
Yeah, I'm thinking about buying me a big magnet at some point, because I live near a canal, and they they throw all kinds of stuff in that water, like bikes and little lockers and all that. And I've seen some youngsters pulling out some decent stuff, you know, like watches and all kinds of stuff, weapons. Not that I would keep them, but yeah, they find all sorts of things like little lockers with stolen, of course, and but when they open it, there are all kinds of jewelry inside of it and all that, and most people would return that, but yeah, most people don't even care if they lose something, because the insurance will cover it. I think have to think twice before returning something. You know.
That's not a bad investment as a pickup truck. Because you could do a lot with a pickup truck. You can either help people move stuff. I've known people with pickup trucks, and there's always a way to hustle. You could put your tools in the back and get side jobs. You can get a lawnmower and a weed whacker. I mean, there's plenty of different things you could think of if you got a pickup truck.
Yeah,
Especially
that would be one of my choices as well if I had a chance. Pickup truck or a van, a little van, but you can store all kinds of stuff in the back. Yeah,
I would love to scrap with a pickup. There's just so much, especially on heavy trash day. There's tons of scrap. I went scrapping with this guy for a week.
Yeah.
And we would go to, we would go to these like places that fix cars, and I forgot what he was getting. I think it was oil filter. It was something, man. And he would pay them a little money, and he would make some money. I don't remember exactly what it was, but this was years ago. This guy was a scrapper. So he offered me to go with him to help him load up the truck, and he would pay me. And but he was making bank. Because he always had hundreds and 50s rolled up in his fucking pocket. So I know he was making good money scrapping.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was working in summer vacations, we as a child, we would have like 8 weeks summer vacation, and I would always work 6 weeks of the 8 weeks. And a lot of times it was at the last couple of years, it was always on garbage trucks, And we also did a truck. It was like cleaning houses, people that were moving, or if somebody passed away and family didn't want all kinds of stuff, and it was all standing in the street, by the road, ready to get thrown away. And that dude that was the driver of that truck told me some stories. He found like a complete Dinky Toys collection that somebody just threw away. And he told me what he eventually sold it for. It was insane what people throw away. Insane. He had like a double income basically just from the stuff that he collected that other people were throwing away.
Man.
Yeah. Yeah, I one time I found a few of those old commercial signs, that one of Coca-Cola and one of like a cream or something, but old, like the 60s, 70s or something. I didn't get a lot of for it, but I think it was about between 20 or 30 euros. But still, I had nothing for that.
Yeah, for free, why not?
Yeah. Are those warships?
Yeah, that's the Great White Fleet in the 1800s. So the way they portray the 1800s, I'm not buying it. Like I think the 1800s, We're very technological. What's up, Dean?
Good morning, Chuck. Marcel.
Hey.
Yeah, how are you? So look, yeah, you know, here I am, still in bed, but I look at this stuff, you know, and we say, well, you know, nothing new under the sun. I just don't see this. If there was nothing new under the sun, and this has happened before, where is the evidence of all this technological world that we would have had? You know, I mean, I just don't see scraps of plastic lying in the halls of the earth. You know, that you know when we look at like any kind of cataclysm event, anything like that, we can see residues of what was here before the cataclysm, but there is no plastic. There's no rubbish from a world like we've got today. I mean, we can't even find islands like we have today where there are plastics in the ocean. You know, our oceans were clean before this bloody time. So if nothing new under the sun existed, then why can't we find all those plastic islands? Right?
Don't have to necessarily be plastic. Plastic was accidentally created.
Yes,
through,
exactly, Chuck. But what I'm trying to say is if there's nothing new under the sun, then plastic wouldn't be new either, right?
I don't know. Plastic is a...
If something happened and we had like some kind of disaster in the past that that melted a lot of things, or you know, it doesn't leave many traces. If
I understand that, Marcel, and I do know. I feel that when you look at how the wars and different stuff has removed a lot of these old buildings from past cultures. They didn't want us to see certain buildings, you know, because certain buildings would have let us know more about what was going on earlier.
Yeah.
But these buildings, they just don't have plastic in them. They have a lot of steel, yes. They show an industrialized steel manufacture, but they don't show an industrialized plastic.
No,
right?
but I think that shows that previous civilization, if we can call it that, was far more advanced because they knew that plastic is wasteful, you know, to the environment. So they would never create that. You know, maybe they had the technology to create it, but they didn't because it would disturb this world, you know, or realm or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this through Marcel, but you know what it interests me is
why use plastic when you could have gold or silver?
But we talk about ourselves as gods. We talk about ourselves as having intelligence and power and all these things, you know. But to me, this I just feel like I think we're just being rowboat and arsehole and we don't really know it. It's like the how do I put this? If we knew that plastic. If intelligence had said, okay, we know that plastics is bad, we won't be building that, but we'll be building a lot of industrialized steel. Why did they build cathedrals and places like that people say are healing centers? Right? Now, why did we need healing centers back then? What were we healing from then? You know? If we were that great then, why build a healing center for healing if we needed to be healed, right?
B what it is said, plastic is poison, steel, rust, stone, and wood can be polished for thousands of years. And you're talking through a magic mirror across space and time.
Yeah, but it's only in this space and this time, not...
That's all that exists is in space and time, as far as we know.
Yeah. Yeah, but Gene, what if those cathedrals, let's call them the cathedrals, were in connection with other realms, you know, communicating and emitting, healing powers or energy, you know, that is good. Maybe they broke that connection, but on purpose, you know.
I just don't see how powerful gods just need to be healed unless they're being sickened beforehand, right?
You're thinking of a Marvel comic god, like this god that can't, you know, like Wolverine gets cut and heals. That's not reality. That just don't happen in our reality. Who gets cut and heals right away?
I think you might be misreading me a little bit too, Joe. But what I'm trying to say is that if what kind of detriment caused us to need healing even then? What kind of detriment was going on then?
Time. Aging.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, that would mean that something was causing us to be sick back then as well.
I mean, I would love to know more about the old world myself, because whoever built that were very supreme, and I mean, like, they had tools and they weren't chiseling away at shit. There's no way they're chiseling at granite like that. I've seen, like, if you look at the building in Brussels, it's a masterpiece. The thing is huge. It's about as big as my whole city, probably. I mean, you know, when I say gods, I don't mean like flying through the air with capes and
I know you don't. I know. I'm not.
I know. But I think we're supreme to even work a garden and to work Mother Earth. That takes knowledge and trial and error and time. But
I know, and I feel that
those are good questions, though, dude. I mean,
yeah, it's a good point that Dean makes, absolutely. But yeah, who knows what was before, you know?
I'm full of fucking questions, bro. I'm always dropping fucking questions. I got more fucking questions than answers, bro. To be honest, really.
Yeah. The more we learn, the more we know nothing.
Because they knew alchemy, Dean, you know? So maybe they did know what plastic was, but they rather have gold and silver. I mean, because they knew what alchemy was, you know? They were mixing.
Yeah, I know. It's just I put the stuff out there. It's just a thing. It just goes through my head all the time, Chuck.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. That's good. I think about stuff like that too. Like, you know, I wonder what these, you know, people say they're healing centers, but who knows what they truly were. I personally think they were just like energy centers, because there's so many of these churches. My city alone has about 5 or 6 of these old churches. So, you know, when you start learning about free energy, it wasn't a long. From what I read, it said that the signals weren't like far travel. It was a shorter type of, you know what I mean, like energy. So there probably had to be more stations creating these energies. How true? I don't know. I'm just saying from what I read.
Yeah, fully. It was interesting. I was listening to Random Fan on Adrian's live yesterday, and he was talking about magnets, and you know how much he said he talking about maybe a teaspoon of iron ore on a magnet coming up out of the ground, you know.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking to myself, you know, like a teaspoon on a magnet, and if you drop that, say 100 times, there's 100 teaspoons of iron ore. And I mean, I don't know, you know, like you're right to say that we've got so much waste that it is worth money. You know, just littered in our streets, in our countryside. I mean, when I was in Australia, Chuck, Marcel, guys, you know, you could drive out into the outback, and there were just cars everywhere. I mean, you could lift the bonnet on 20 different cars and probably get maybe 5 or 6 different batteries that are still usable, you know.
Yeah.
Candy says, I can see an internet in the old world, but honestly, all that matters is here and now. And then she says, I can see oh wait, she wrote that twice. She says the past is gone. Yeah, you know, there was this guy who said something about the past. He said, the problem with today's people is we're always dwelling in the past and we're never preparing for the future. And when the guy said that, I couldn't argue with him. I was like, "Sure, he has a point," you know, because religion deals with the past, right? All this stuff, they're always dwelling in the past when we should be planning for the future. And I think that's why the elite always stay ahead and at the top, because they're always planning 100 years ahead. You know, they already know when their women spits babies out, those babies already have positions picked for them. I mean, these people plan. You know, look at the Bible. If it was written 600 years ago, they already had it planned what's going to happen in Revelation 600 years from now and shit. So,
Yeah, but I'm only in the part of history that they don't want us to know.
yeah, I'm
not
interested in that
about
too.
the history that they want us to believe. It's about those things that are not explained and are not.
There you go, Marcel. And there's where the questions come from, right?
Like Germany, Chicago, all these cities that supposedly caught fire, but they've been bombed to oblivion. Like look at the old world, Germany, the old world Brussels, the old world, Deutschland. It's amazing. The architecture is beyond supreme. There's no litter on the ground. Like I've said, there's no homeless people. People are well dressed. They don't look stressed or forced to do anything. They look healthy. And compared to today, where there's homeless people, drugs, this place is fucking a dump compared to back then.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do agree with what Candy says, that it's important to live in the here and now. That's absolutely true. But if we do good in the now, here and now, but we would also know our past and what's not being told about our past. I think that is just as important, in my view, to
That's why I don't.
to reach the stuff that has been denied to us, from the past. Because I think
Hmm.
that will be a solution as well.
Candy said, "Well, that's their plan. What about our plan?" And that's why in our life, and that's why I never fell for the religion and stuff, because I would think, why are they praising this guy Jesus? Isn't my life just as important? Isn't my mother and father just as important? Isn't everyone else just as important? Shouldn't we praise ourselves? Even though it's not always about yourself. But yeah, I always say that. Why do we even give these people their alleged power? We need to empower ourselves and love each other and help each other out. We could work as a unit compared to working as self. Yeah, we're powerful at self, but if we work as a unit, we could be way more powerful, get way more done, and we could accomplish way
I
more.
agree. Big hugs, and much love, Candy. I agree, and that's something that I've been talking about for years with a lot of my friends here in New Zealand, and that's about preparing ourselves for coming time when there may be shortages and such.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know what the bloody next forecast really is. I mean, they're talking about maybe another one of these bloody things where we have to put handkerchiefs over our faces and such. But I'm always thinking like, well, okay, what can I do to improve not just my surroundings, but the surroundings that my immediate family, my immediate friend base has the opportunity of falling back on. And I really do think we need to have like a fallback set up. Every one of us needs to have a fallback plan. And okay, we're going to set up for the future, but I think setting up for the future is basically the fallback plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's where I'm at. It's not a fallback plan. It's actually setting up for a future, whatever that future might bring. If it seems like a fallback plan, well, maybe it is. If the future's got not so good a bloody things coming for us, but whatever the future be, we still have to have a forward-thinking plan, don't we?
Yeah, and not so long ago, it was normal to have like a food storage. It was
Exactly.
like in the halfway the 40s and 50s that changed because of the industrialization. But before that,
I
it
was thinking
was
about this
normal to
morning.
provide for your own family.
In the frame of eggs, I was thinking about chickens, Marcel, and I was thinking, I was talking to a guy, and he said, "Well, why the bloody hell do you need to keep chickens, man? I mean, you can buy eggs for cheaper than you can pay for the food to feed them."
Yeah.
And I says, "Yeah, but how many eggs do you eat?" And he said, "Oh, maybe a couple a day." And I says, "Well, you work that out over a lifetime. How many $1,000 are you spending on eggs?"
Yeah, exactly.
And he goes, "Yeah, but that's irrelevant. I mean, hell, I've got more time to do other stuff." And I said, I mean, that's been the bloody ploy of this world ever since it began. I mean, they started out back in the 30s and the 40s, and people were running around scrubbing their bloody clothes with a hand washer and that, and then this person starts at the World Fair, starts showing out bloody a washing machine. and electricity, and bringing in these things that saved our backs and our bodies from spending hours and hours and hours washing clothes.
Yeah, but if
you know,
you look back on it, if you look back on all of that, the electronic devices, but yeah, you said the washing machine. It's a good example. You know, they bring it as a convenience, but we can look on it back now. It was all a lie, because now they pick us blind till our ears drop off. You know, it's they basically
exactly. You picked on
took
me.
that
You picked up
so-called
on what I was talking about
advancement
perfectly,
to the
Marcel.
masses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You picked up on it perfectly, bro. You picked up on that perfectly, and this is where I'm at, bro. You know, like we have become lazy. You know, as a people, we're basically lazy. You know, we've got our washing machine to wash the clothes, and we've got an oven to cook the meal, and you know, and all we have to do is go out and work for the money to pay for that energy.
I've washed my clothes by hand, and let me tell you, my hands are so sore in my arms, and I said, motherfucker, imagine washing 3 children's clothes by hand, like shirt, pants. The women were probably built like freaking wrestlers back then.
Yeah, but what you're forgetting, Charles, is that in the past we still had you can call it 100% communities. People were
Yeah,
working
that's
together.
true.
That's something we don't have now anymore.
All the washer women, all the mothers were together, and they were down at the river or wherever the water supply was, and they were talking and discussing and reprimanding other mothers that weren't looking after their children properly. Yeah.
Well, the problem is the school system. Look at the difference between communities raising the children and how they were set and willing to help each other out compared to the school system raising the children. It fucked everything up.
It has, Chuck. Yep. I remember reading an article, I think it was about 1970 something, and it was about Japan and how they were setting up these work camps. They were basically work camps, but what they were just like foundries where the men worked in one area, they got the women in another area, but the whole place was set up by the foundry itself. They had the schools for the children. The whole thing was kit and caboodle was set up. And they did that with different towns in New Zealand. They've done that in different countries all across the plain. And basically they took over people's lives. And people readily gave their lives over to these places to be kept. You know, and I think really what if you look at that and you look at the script in our heads that allows us to take that on board, I think that's what we're really looking at here, is how much script are we taking on board in our heads that we should just let slide, that we shouldn't even let it even be a part of our thinking, right? And that's that's what I call this world. That's why I call it the world, like I do. And that's why I have such a thing about it. Because it's shifted itself into our lives. And it's shifted our lives away from us in order to seat itself here.
Yeah, the natural life has been changed for the convenient lifestyle. And it's hard to move back to
If you
that.
could call the
total
world
reality.
anything, you would call it a convenience store.
Yeah.
So it's really, I mean, it's not a nice thought. A lot of people probably think, why would I bother going out and scratching in the dirt when I can go down to the shop and buy a bloody carrot? You know?
Yeah.
It's our thinking.
Yeah, that's been lost. You know, that connection, and that's also the biggest problem, in my opinion. You know, that people lost the connection to this realm. And
What's up, boy?
I harp on.
Yo,
I harp
yo.
on. Sorry.
Hi, Dino. Hi, Marcel. Hi,
Hey,
Chucky.
boy.
Hey, boy. How are you, bro?
Cool. So you can hear me, huh? Cool.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, my brother.
Nice. Yeah, sometimes I have to unplug, but I think that's only Restream. So, yeah. Solve that. Yeah, you're making some sense there, Dino. Don't stop. Don't let me stop you.
Yeah, well, I've been on the bloody tree canopy bloody thing for years, my friend. You know, ever since I was a member of Greenpeace. I've been,
really?
yeah, I was a member. I gave up my membership when they started monetizing the bloody thing. You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, when the whole instigator, or the guy who actually instigated the whole movement, he copped out like after 15 years. He said, I've been infiltrated, and they took over. So he started for himself all anew, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. A lot of us walked away from Greenpeace because of that. There was the bloody infiltration.
Yeah.
And we could feel it, and we knew it was happening, you know.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. As soon as they bloody bombed the Rainbow Warrior, I knew then that the world had stepped in, and we were being closed down. Yeah.
The Rainbow Coalition.
Well, you were not being closed down, but being co-opted, right? Yeah, infiltrate,
Yes,
co-opted.
being co-opted.
Co-opted
Yes,
is the word.
thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, yes.
That's right. Like it just fits in the narrative. Like, what's the best way to control the opposition is to lead it. So, yeah.
Now look at these pictures. Look at just now. I got
these chimneys.
Some of these pictures are look at this building. I mean, the thing is huge, and
Majestic. It's majestic.
Destruction. They bombed all these cities. Now, I don't know how real that picture is, but this
Dresden.
Destruction.
Yeah, it looks very much like Dresden.
That's the same one, but from another angle.
Yeah, well, they also bombed the Netherlands, dude. I mean, that's a story that many might not know, but they bombed. I mean, everybody knows about Amsterdam, but Rotterdam got bombed so badly.
Yeah, thank you very much, boy.
And there was so much old architecture there, dude. It's like, but that gave the Netherlands the perfect opportunity to extrapolate now to make larger the harbor, right? So it was an economic thing too, but it also destroyed a lot of old architecture. So that's two flies in one hit, right?
Grand rising, Kimber.
Yeah, peace, Kimber.
Oh, sorry. I think some of these pictures are Dresden. This looks like Dresden.
Yeah, they are. Most of them are World War II.
Yeah.
And then I got one from the Civil War, which I think I put Chicago Civil War. From the
Yeah, and you
1800s.
you can also look up Rotterdam, Second World War. Hey, but did I tell you about this Mandela effect that I haven't heard people talking about yet, but I discovered it, I think.
Bring it, guy. Bring it.
So, you know about Mecca, about the Muslim faith, right? Islam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you told about that. That's true.
And
Yeah.
how it's this cube that is there in the middle, in the that's part of their hadith of their
Yeah, the Kaaba stone.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, the Kaaba. Yeah, exactly. And so it's a cube, and it's Abraham. Abraham built it, right? Ibrahim.
Abrahamic religion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's also the thing that's referred to. That you might know that the Jews or the Hebrews. Can you stop the repetition of the? It's I'm getting in a loop because I'm looking at the same pictures constantly. But so that's also the same thing that the Jews wear on their forehead, right? That's the same
correct.
Kaaba, as you might know. The Hasidic Jews, I think they are. And in some occasions, that they wear the full outfit, and with the straps on their arms and the strap around their head, with this Kaaba. That's not okay. So here's the Mandela effect. That's not a cube. It's rectangular in shape.
So it's not actually square.
It's not a square. Yeah, no. It's like it's how do you say it? It's rectangular, but it's not a cube. It's got three different dimensions. The three ribs, the three dimensions are different in size. So it's like 8 feet by 7 feet by 7.5 feet. So it's not even close to being a cube. But it's called Kaba'a, which means cube. It doesn't mean rectangular. So, I mean, I don't know if that's a Mandela effect because I'm not a Muslim and but I'm sure that it always was a cube. I mean, it's also referred to as the Saturn cube, right? And we've all seen the videos in which it was like, in which the Kaaba stone in Mecca was compared to the top of Saturn because of the hexagon, and the people walking around the Kaaba is like the storm that was on the top side of Saturn, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All those references don't make any sense anymore. Because if you look at the Kaaba from above now, you can clearly see that it's closer to the shape of a normal size of paper, that kind of dimensions, those kind of relational dimensions, then it does resemble a square or a cube. Dude, it's weird. It's not a cube anymore.
All religions form a cube, like Candy was saying. Even the cross is upside down, right side up is the unfolded cube.
I know.
It's all Saturn worship.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense anymore. That doesn't make sense anymore. Just look at the Kaaba. And it's called the cube, dude.
Yeah, but it does fit in their plan, right, for it to pull everybody out of each other, to divide. This is a good thing they did then, right? To make people even more
divided.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I haven't asked, I don't have that many Muslim friends or acquaintances, but I know one. I should ask him. I haven't been in the opportunity yet.
I might sound a bit bloody dumb here, but what is that actually made of?
Stones, it's just mortar work, just masonry.
They're worshipping a stone that supposedly fell from space.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, an angel gave it to Ibrahim or one of his sons.
It's a giant's poop. It hardened up.
No, it's a crystalline stone.
I think I've heard it quite a few times that it emits some kind of something, you know.
Sorry, that it? Oh, that it emits something.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The Ka and the Ba. Ba. It almost sounds like the Ka and the Ba remind me of the negative and positive.
Yeah, but it's actually the Kaba'ah, right? That's Kaba'ah. It's not Ka and Ba, it's Kaba'ah.
That guy that I remember I played his video, Voy was pissed off at him because of the way his voice was. Remember that guy I played? And Voy was like, they took his channel down, but yeah, he talked about the Ka and the Ba a lot.
No, I get
Yeah, and the Kaaba sounds a lot like the Kabbalah or the whatever.
Yeah, it is. It does. It has to do with that. Yep. But there's two different Kabbalahs. One's with a C and the other one's with a K. One's magic, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, one is a magic and the other is the religious part, I think. I'm going to have to look deeper into that to be sure, but...
And then there's the cable car, you know, but it's something completely different.
Yeah, people think they're worshipping different deities, but Satan, Jesus, it's all one and the same, man. They're all Hermes, you know. People change them in different parts of the world, and they add and take away stuff, but it's the same freaking deities all over.
Yeah.
Saturn is like...
I will never deny that in a lot of scriptures is a lot of wisdom, but the religions itself, it's meant to divide people, you know.
Yep.
Thinking somebody's better than somebody else, it's completely insane.
Yep.
It doesn't make any sense.
All the wars, you know, all these wars are created by, you know, people used to pray before they went to war. Like, this all-loving God, right, that murders millions of people. Like, what all-loving God you would pray to before war and hope he'll save you when you're going to kill people?
Yeah, but those people were sheep as well that were fighting in that war, because I think now I look back onto all those wars. I think now that all the wars were always about stealing minerals and resources from other places, you know. It wasn't a holy war or whatever it's been called all those years, you know. It's just stealing.
You know,
it's stealing from other countries, nothing else.
Yeah.
Maybe at one point the whole realm was on the same page and some evil person was like, I could have this all to myself. These idiots don't even have, you know, they won't even fight back. So
it's the small season that we're in, dude. It was foretold in the Bible. Jesus has come once and he has returned, and the millennium, the 1,000 years of the millennial reign. Sorry. The millennial reign of our Lord Jesus Christ has already, you know, that already took place. And now we're in a little season that Satan took over. And, you know, it's clear to each and everybody that has a soul and two working brain cells, you know, come on. This realm is pure evil. It's not completely upside down yet, but almost. It's almost there.
Yeah,
how could we let it happen? Imagine if we took these evil people out, the cancer would start to go away. If we could just tilt the pendulum.
Yeah. You know, it's we're in this position now. It's them or us, and they forced us in this position. So. it's no use talking about it anymore. You know, it's just let's get down to business now. You know,
Voy made a good point too about Jesus. Remember, you said
I always make good points, dude.
you said that Satan disguised himself as this Jesus guy. How did you put it? I don't want to misquote it, but
So I think that Jesus was actually happened in similar way that was described in the Bible. But then later on, Satan reenacted the whole thing, you know, and it took him several, you know, he didn't get it right the first time. So he had to try it again and again. And so that the story could be rewritten with him as the hero, you know, because he reenacted Jesus, how do you say, all the stages of him becoming the Messiah, so to say, you know, or becoming actually the legend. So Satan reenacted that, and so therefore claiming the new title of it, you know, because Jesus had already come and reigned and then left, and then he had to reenact it again, and you know, add timelines and scoop 100,000 years and mix all of the history up, because you know that's the world we're living in. Nothing is right.
It was a real actor.
Right? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
All-time actor. Yeah. Yeah, the false light.
And like I said, you know, so Jesus in a way is Lucifer, yes, you know, in a way, but in the way that I understand it, it's not as simple as that. You know, it's not like Jesus is Lucifer and Lucifer is Jesus. No. Lucifer, of course, he played Jesus. You know, of course he did. If I can think about it, you know, if I can think of it, of course he did.
Well, you know what the Bible reminds me of? A Marvel comic book. This one superhero, Jesus, is going to come down and save everybody like a superhero from a comic book.
Yeah, well, but he didn't, you know, the way that it is viewed in the world today is not like he's still coming, right? Because otherwise we would live in a better world. There wouldn't be so much poverty and so much evil.
Yeah, but evil, let's call it Lucifer. He has been called the great deceiver. So what we see these days that those evil folks create a problem, and then they come with a solution, a so-called solution, which enslaves us even more. So it's all a trick. It's all acting.
Yeah.
They create the problem, then deliver the solution. They profit off both ends while we fall for the illusion.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and it's even deeper than that. And I mean, if you see what happened in the last few years, and everybody just takes it because it's too much to take. So everybody's like, "That's crazy, and then the next day, tomorrow, something even crazier happens and hits them in the head, and a new law is made. They're like, "Oh, I don't agree with that," but they're still.
And a new convenience store is created. Yeah.
Everybody's
so
much propaganda, so much platforms, and so much niches. You know,
and so many people are working full time, so they don't even have time to understand what is really happening.
Dude,
I think that's the biggest trick.
Right, I tried that again. You know, the other month, a month ago, I tried working again. Like, wow, dude, you guys are just. I was away from home for 11 hours, dude. And I was lucky that I got paid 8.5. I was like, no, you're asking too much of me, people. Come on.
Yeah.
It's just undoable.
Yeah. I work too.
And it's not like, you know, I lived It's not like I had to travel an hour to get there. I mean, it was like in the next town, so it was only 10 minutes to get there, right? So it was not that I had to do so much traffic. It was just you just lose a lot of time, dude. There's a lot of free time that's inside of a job, and I don't have that much free time.
Yeah, and on that side, you said like the pay. Well, even if the pay is really good,
I know
it's still a waste of time, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was thinking like if they would pay me well, right? So let's say 50% more, like really, really way well. I still wouldn't do it. You know, it'd still be 11 hours of my day. You know, I wouldn't do it for double either. Yeah, maybe for a year, but not forever. No way.
Yeah, I focus on my green garden. And I think that's the only way out, in my opinion. You know, just plant trees and fruit.
I might have to go back to slaving myself. Like I can't live on what I get. It's insane. I might have to go slave. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do, but I gotta do something. 'Cause I ain't going back to selling drugs. Those days are over.
No, that's not an option. You know, that's a young man's game. You can't play that game anymore.
Yeah, I think when people start working together in their own street or city where they live, that's the start of a new world, but that everybody's waiting for.
Yeah.
But yeah, people need to do start. You didn't need to just do it, but most people still can't make that last step. You know,
that's what I did, right?
I might start selling T-shirts, man. I have some great ideas, and I'm just gonna start it. Maybe I could find like, you know, people make some good money on T-shirts. They double their money. I have great ideas. A lot of good slogans.
Do what you like best.
Do you screen print yourself, Chuck?
Huh?
Are you using your own screen printing?
I have to look into all this of how, you know, what's the best way to do it. You know, what would be cheap. I don't want to sell cheap shirts, but I want to sell good quality stuff.
You can join the ranks of all the other people who get others to like companies to do it for them, or you can be the self-service guy and do it yourself. You know, and make up your own templates.
Which is pretty simple. Making a screen like a screen print. It's one of the simplest things to do, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And you could do it in multiple ways. You know, there's more than one ways. There's more than one way to skin a cat, so to say.
As I say, yeah.
But if you don't know the first thing about it, you know, it's like it's a nice plan, but you know, it's probably just a good idea.
I mean, it's not hard to look onto the internet though and get a few ideas, because, I mean, you know, I feel that we're all pretty capable sort of people, and it's all we need is the idea and a little bit of understanding of what's going on, and we can get on with it and do it ourselves here.
Yeah. You know what I did to entertain myself and to actually just stay in touch with, you know, with people around me, because I chose to be a hermit. But I also came to the conclusion that even, you know, already after 2 weeks, like, you know, you can't live in the city and be a hermit at the same time. You know, well, I'm not in a city, but in a town. You can only be a hermit on the mountain, right? Or somewhere in a secluded place. And by the way, you know, being a hermit is nothing for me. I'm an artist, so I need an audience, and I need to see people, and I want a reaction. So I just I just started putting out, and I know that people didn't like my art. You know, it's not for everybody, and it's not. I'm not the best artist, and I don't want to do expositions, or I just, I
You're
just
a
want.
great artist, boy. You're a great artist. Never think you're not good.
No, I'm good enough, but I just don't want to pin myself on like, oh, I do collages, or oh, I'm a painter, or oh, I'm a poet, or whatever. I just fool around with everything. And
Do you have a website or
no,
no? Okay.
no, I'm not that kind of artist, right? So what I came up with is I just put out some plant boxes. Well, not plant boxes, but actually just buckets, right? Just big buckets. And I put some dirt in it, and some seeds and some plants that I could find or that I would steal or whatever. I just get out of. Oh, I didn't steal them. Yeah, out of the forest, but that's not stealing. So I did that 5 years ago or 6 years ago now, and a year ago, they actually some other people wrote to the city council, and they got subsidies for real plant boxes with additional dirt that the city council would arrange for. And dude,
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, it's very cool. And so we got a little budget for some flowers, and then somebody put in some extra money for some extra boxes because everybody got so enthusiastic with the whole plan. Like, wow, this is going to look beautiful. And so, but we spent all the money, and this guy was buying the boxes and installing it together with some other people. He said, "Yeah, so actually we need 6 more pots, right?" And he said, "Okay, 6 more pots." I said, "Yeah, because that." And so the plan all of a sudden everybody started working together, and dude, it looks so beautiful. Yeah. I thought of a different plan, and they bought some different things than I planned for. But dude, it looks so great now. I mean, it's a different neighborhood. Okay, it's actually a different neighborhood.
Yeah,
Because
that's awesome when people start working together.
Yeah.
We need that here as well.
Yeah, and it's such a big effect, dude. These what is it? Altogether, it's 12 boxes, 12 plant boxes. Dude, it's a different neighborhood. Like I said, it's like, and I thought of it, the other day, a few months ago. I was like, wow, because we cleaned up the sidewalk too, with a pressure cleaner, and so because there was so much algae and moss growing, and so we cleaned that up, and the plant boxes now, and it's I look at it daily. I keep it. How do you say? I manage it. I maintain it. I'm the designated gardener, and it's a whole new neighborhood. And then I started thinking about it. I said that you can also buy your house. It's not only for rent; it's also for people that buy it, for house owners. And I was thinking about, hey guys, I owned you. I owned you guys a lot of money, isn't it? Because your house is worth maybe 1,000 or 2,000 more. Your house is worth a lot of more money when there's a good entry instead of a ghetto-like entry, and it right. I mean, that's a big difference, dude.
Yeah.
And the guy looked at me like, yeah, and he said, "You're a bit low. It might even be higher, dude." Really? Did I make you guys that much money? He said, "Yeah, actually, you did."
Wow.
And that was not my goal, of course. But of course, you want to add value, and that value is recognized, of course.
Yeah. Yeah,
And,
that's a beautiful example.
Right.
Wow.
So I did something beautiful, and people actually make money of it.
Yeah.
So that's I mean that is how do you say, a confirmation of that it works. People sell their houses
that's
for
what
more
we call
money.
in the Netherlands for one hand wash the other, right?
Yeah, but it's just a little bit. It's just I couldn't ask for subsidies at city council. I don't know how to speak that language. I don't get these kind of things done. For other people, it's a breeze. For me, it's a breeze to take care of the flowers. So everybody did their thing, and it's really working out now. So it has a very good effect. I didn't expect this effect when I started putting out those plant boxes 5-6 years ago. I didn't expect this.
No, but this is what you see when you start using your own creativity, right?
Right. That's what I try to say. Like, just start somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need that more. That attitude. Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
And it was so simple, right? Flowers.
Mm-hmm.
How simple is that? I mean, that's so simple. Flowers, plants. It can be that simple. And it usually is. Yeah, so I'm very grateful that happened. That was not my plan, but I felt inspired.
It's even better than your plan.
Yeah. Yeah. Unintended yet very good consequences. Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. And I mean, I started doing that in a time that I was targeted, right? I was very much a targeted individual at that moment. And I was like, fuck that. I'm not going to be under the influence of that. Just going to be out there even more.
Yeah.
It's definitely.
That's my same experience, for just do what you think is right. And then all kinds of things come towards you which you didn't expect, but are good and nice. It's
Yeah.
The
whole neighborhood, the whole social structure actually is starting to pick up again, right? And so that's a big thing to me. Yeah. What's that, Dean? Sorry.
I was just going to say that when we arrived here at this place, we've been here about 6 or 7 months now. It won't be long; it'll be a year. Well, probably more like 9 or 10 months now. But there was only one major tree on the whole property, as that basically was planted here as an ornament. The rest of the trees that are here are basically shelter trees, and there's not many of them. The big ones that were here 30 years ago have all been cut down and made into bloody firewood, no doubt. But the thing is that when it's a very windy spot, and I should imagine that any person that's ever lived here has probably just given up in disgust because the wind has driven them mad, right?
Yeah.
And I just thought to myself, wow, isn't that amazing? I mean, they say that that things come back to you in your older age that you started out with in your early life.
Yeah.
And that's quite true, because I grew up on a farm in the hills at probably about the same altitude that we are here. And I can tell you, where I grew up, I mean, my mother named the place Windhome. Not W-I-N-D, but W-Y. Y for yoke, So W-Y-N-D-H-O-M-E is what Mum called our place when I was a child. And sometimes when I'm driving home here now, I say, "Oh, I'm coming home to Windhome." I mean, it's almost exactly the same. It's rather uncanny, that I'm now coming up to my 70s, and here I am coming back to sort of like the same kind of climate that I grew up in. And my mother didn't give up with Windhome. She planted trees. Now, she planted what would you call them? Eco environments, or
Yeah.
like little environments of their own. Sorry?
Biotope.
Yeah. So she did that.
Yeah.
And in doing so, she created lots of little areas that could grow plants without the threat of the wind, right?
Yeah.
And I was just thinking to myself the other day, wow, Mum. I mean, thank you very much, Mum.
Yeah.
I have got so much respect for my mum, She gave me the resilience to be able to handle such a situation. And she gave me the tools to even progress in such a place.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I am just so grateful, always ever grateful to my mum, because she set me up for my life. And even to my old age, isn't that amazing that she set me up, not for just my life, but for my older age? Wow.
Yeah, moms are the love, the energy of a mama, of a real mother, is amazing. Is amazing. I mean, I shared and yeah, I mean, Charles lost his mom, at a young age. I mean,
yeah, I know. I feel sad for him whenever I think about it.
I cannot imagine, and that's like you say that you feel so blessed, with your mother, and I'm the same. I'm the same. Like, wow, she's such an amazing person, such a loving. Of course, she has her downsides too, but those are few and far between, to be honest.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, we've all got the downsides, but we always, if we look to all the good stuff,
yeah,
and dwell not on the bad, but to dwell on the good and the positive.
Yeah.
We can go forward and overcome whatever angst or whatever thing that might be holding us back. We can overcome these things.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I was listening to Chuck talking about, like what kind of job he had, and maybe he can sell some stuff. But I just thought to myself, Chuck, what would happen? What would happen if suddenly some kind of EMF blast hit your building while you were out walking down to the shop?
Mm-hmm.
Some blue beam came and destroyed your bloody building and all the stuff that's inside. What have you got left? Only you, only on your person. And I can tell you, I know damn well, Charles, that you would overcome that situation. Right?
Man, I've overcome hundreds of situations. A lot of people have told me they would have given up on life and hung it up. And
exactly,
I thought about it a few times.
You've got a lot of power and a lot of strength inside you, and that's why I'm going to put this like I am. And I might be being a bit blunt, and I'm sorry if it sounds like that, but I would say that you should take a leap of faith, and the faith of knowing that you have every power in you to overstand whatever comes your way, and that you could take that leap of faith and you could just hop on a bus or even just take to your scrapers and walk out of that place and walk out of that town and walk somewhere where you could change your life to a new situation. And it happens, bro. It does happen.
It does.
Because I know it does. I came to a point where I had a breakdown, and I'm mentally challenged. You know, I broke down because my parents had both died. My brother was dead. The people that I loved were dying, and I just couldn't see any hope. And I gave up, and I broke down. But you know what came down out of that breakdown? I was forced into a situation where I had no choice but to pick myself back up. There was nobody else there going to help me. And there was other people. There were people there. But it was me that had to pick myself up afterwards, you know. It was like, okay, these people came, they rescued me. But now it was down to, hey, what are you going to do? And so I took that leap of faith. I bought a one-way ticket. A one-way ticket to another country. A one-way ticket to another country. I mean, shit, man. You'd just been through a breakdown. You knew no one where you were going, right? But I threw caution to the wind.
You had nothing to lose anymore.
Yeah.
Exactly, Marcel. I had nothing to lose anymore. I threw all caution to the wind. And I bought a one-way ticket.
But it's, I mean, that's, that's easy to say, right, in that position, because it takes, you know, it often takes that position of, well, there's this story of Zorba the Greek, right? The man that had everything. I mean, he had like five big stables with each like 15 horses in them, you know, and he had 2 castles, everything by the sea, you know, beautiful women and everything. And he loved to party and to, you know, to drink and, well, party most of the time, you know, because he lived like a king. And then one day he comes home and everything is burned to the ground. Everything is burned to the ground. Like he stands there with his wife, you know, like with his empty hands. And he has this feeling that he lost everything and it just totally overcomes him. And he's like, and all he sees that's left, you know, everything that's still standing is the cupboards in the boards, the plates in the cupboard in the kitchen. Those are the only thing that are left, you know, that are still complete, still whole. And he picks those up and he starts dancing because he feels relieved. He doesn't feel like he lost anything. He feels relieved. And the last few plates that he finds in the kitchen, he smashes them on the floor. Like, let me get rid of these too. Like, so let me make sure that I lost everything, you know? That's the story.
That's basically the story of Job.
Well, that's not
exactly.
It's actually the story of the Sirtaki. You know how the Greeks, they said when they had a good dinner, you know, they throw their plate on the floor. Like, wow, that was good. And, you know, let me finish this dinner right and you know, destroy the plate so it's really done.
Yeah, but it does have a lot of similarities with the story of Job.
Does it?
Oh. Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Absolutely.
Oh, but that's Zorba.
It doesn't matter which word you give it, you know. It's about the message.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
So I just say that I know that there's enough, and I know there's everything that and more in Chuck, and our good brother here, who can overstand all that and move just.
But mind you, I mean, sometimes going away is the answer, right? And I totally get that. I mean, I want to go away too, right? And people that actually make the move inspire me. You know, I'm like, wow. I always find those, especially when they leave everything behind, right? I mean, there's the story of Miriam, my Dutch friend. She's now in Corfu, and you know, she's been more or less traveling Europe without any money in her pocket. She just left. She just closed the door behind her. She took a compass. She didn't. I think she took like maybe she didn't take any money, just a compass and her dog or something like that.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, and a bottle of water, and she walked out. And first thing she finds is a bike, right? And then she finds a cat, and she stays in a church because she decided that she's going to travel to Israel and to Jerusalem, and it's a long story. She walked away in, I think it was 2017. She just closed the door behind her, and she had everything. She had a car, a motorcycle, a good career, just not a husband, but
Yeah, just not happy.
she wasn't happy, but she wasn't. She did dive into many rabbit holes, and that got her to a whole new, how you say, a paradigm of viewing at the world, right? And so she just took off. She just left everything behind. But that was for her. It was like a mental thing. Like she was like, oh, she totally got it, and for her it meant like I need to leave everything behind and just take on something different. But then again, like I said, that inspires me. And I want to do that.
Me too.
I want to do it too. But then again, I've got it so good here. It's not like I'm being spoiled. It's not. It's
not only that, I couldn't leave my parents.
That too. My mom.
If I had the story that Dean told that you basically lost your family,
right?
That would be a complete different story for me. I think I would do the same then.
Yeah, I understand myself. Yeah.
If I wouldn't have my mom here around me, around me, I mean, we live a stone throw away from each other, right? So, and I really appreciate that because like I said, I want to go away. If she wasn't here, it would probably be a different story. Yeah. But then again, I live so well here. I don't live in a small place. I mean, pretty nice place, nice neighborhood, nice town, great view. Not too bad, The water
sometimes you need a certain situation to make that move, right? And if you're still content with where you are, why would you go?
Right? Yeah, because I want to go, but I also make the. I could also go to Slovenia, right? I knew some people there, and I thought about that too. I'd have some chances there, some network, some sort of a network, start of a network. And if I would go someplace else, I would just have to start just like that. It feels like a flight, like an escape. And I don't want it to be like that. I want to go somewhere. On the other hand, just going is the first step, of course. That's the only step that will bring that change. But
and sometimes you don't even have to travel that far.
Yeah,
sometimes you don't have to travel at all. Sometimes you just need to make different choices in life.
Yeah, right. Yeah, good point. Yeah.
At least that was it for me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm still thankful for my guidance from years back. That she told me that I had to step out of that circle because if I would keep turning rounds in that circle, nothing will change. She said, so you have to make that step yourself. She gave me the guidelines, and after 2 years, I got it, and then I made that move, and now I'm here where I am now.
Yeah,
still not perfect, everything not perfect, but it's much better than I ever dared to think it will be.
Yeah. I made a similar choice, like stop saying hi to these people, stop visiting them and stop acknowledging them. And they were like, they said hi to me. I was like, no, I'm not saying hi to you anymore. It's just, that's just what I thought, I just didn't even, I wasn't even acknowledging them. And then, they will get it at a certain point. And it brought a lot of peace to my mind. It's like, no, just a very hard and stone cold no. No. Tried long enough with you guys and you people. It's just, yeah.
Stepping up for yourself, making your own decisions, not pleasing people anymore, just doing what you think is right and not
the old people pleaser, right?
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily, but yeah.
I understand. I mean, like you say hello to the same person every day, but that's all you ever say.
Yeah, well, something like that, or just no. That's well. There's also a part decent behavior, right? It's like a etiquette, but some of these people that I really don't want to see anymore because they were like once upon a time I knew them. They were my acquaintance or a friend or a neighbor, But I'm just like, even that I won't acknowledge anymore. It's like just gonna look away when I meet them. And it helps. It helped me. I don't care about the awkward situation. I don't. Yeah.
Fair enough, boy. Yeah.
I know what you mean. In the past I thought I lost a lot of friends, but it's that loss has turned into a win for me, basically.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't call them friends. And in the other way, it's also like, friends are not forever. People change. It's also like it's here on YouTube. Sometimes you meet people you think you like, and you do like, and then you get to know them better, and you like them even more or even less. It's just how it works.
No, that's true. Yeah, sometimes you know people for 8 years or more, and you get to learn to know them from a totally different side, and you totally don't want to be around them anymore, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, those are the best learning experiences,
Yeah. Yep, been there.
Yeah, I was in my garden today, and I trimmed the grass and all that, and removed some branches and all that. And so one of my gardens is perfect again. The other one is only
ready
half
for
done.
winter, so to say.
Yeah, ready for winter. Yes. Yeah.
Nice.
But that feels so good. That's peace for me, Just doing your job there at your own pace, and
of course,
having a conversation with some other people that gardening there. It's just that's just my life now, basically.
Yeah, I like that, dude. Yeah, I like that. I tried
that's
that,
the
but
best thing that your mind is at ease at one point. It's that's it for me. That's the only thing that counts for me now.
I tried that in 2011, but it wasn't my thing. These community gardens, because I had to travel like 4 kilometers, and it's like three or 4 kilometers. It's just a bit too far, It needs to be closer. 1 kilometer is like the max, so you can just walk there.
Yeah, I think our community gardens are like 600-700 meters from my house.
Yeah, that's excellent.
So that's ideal.
Yeah.
I can do it walking, basically.
Yeah.
I mostly go on bike because I take some tools with me most of the time.
Yeah.
I know there was a community garden in the Northern Territory when I was staying over there, and it was actually the park and the reserve, the parks and reserves, had put up a piece of land that was available for just anybody to go there and plant a garden. I thought that was rather cool. And what I loved about it was that if you wanted to go in and just spend a bit of time weeding somebody else's garden, you were welcome then to take some of the produce, you know.
Oh,
And
cool.
yeah, and I thought that was real cool. You know, I mean, it was a cityscape. So I mean, it's a lot different to say like the likes of yourselves, where you're just in small towns. But I do think that that we could spend more time making these allotments in small towns and cities and stuff, where people can come together like that, you know.
Yeah, to me, that is a start of a new civilization. What you just mentioned, you know, helping each other out when somebody has no time to work in the garden for a while. You just take over and get some of the produce. It's great. It's a great system, you know.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I enjoyed myself over in Darwin. I mean, as I say, I bought a one-way ticket to Australia, but I went to Tasmania for a start, and I met a German guy there, and he said that I was welcome to stay in his place for as long as I liked. And I thought, wow, what a generous person.
How old were you then at the time? What was your
This is
age?
only I was in my 50s. I just not long turned 50. But you know, this German guy, he was one of those. Do you know those type of people that they walk around? They wear a big black hat and a type of leather overcoat. I don't know what they're called now. I can't remember what they're called, but they. Excuse me?
Crocodile Dundee?
No. These people were Germans, right? The German people have this where they become a builder, like a qualified builder, and then they just go around the world building places for people, just to stay there. Sorry?
A contractor?
Well, they're like a contractor, but they're actually just people that go around the world, and they just stop in a country, they find somebody who wants to build a house, and they'll build that house for them for no cost. They do not charge anything. They just get looked after, they get fed, and they get a roof over their head.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, how do they call that? It's a good question.
But I just met, he's just a brilliant guy. I just thought, wow, what a person, you know. Right. He said he came to Australia as a qualified builder, and he just decided he just built a house for a bloke, right? And through that, the guy just gave him a piece of land, and so he built his own house.
Yeah, that's great.
And
What's
it was bloody awesome, because he just said, "Oh, you're welcome to stay here." He said, "But you know, because he found out I was a stonemason, and he said, just build me something in stone." He said, "That's all you have to do." And I said, "No worries." And he gave me all these different stones and articles and things that he found in his travels over his lifetime to that point. And he said, "Can you fit them into your design?" I said, "Sure thing, Ralph."
Yeah.
And I did. I built him a yin and yang seating arrangement to sit out and look at the view. but the arrangement was stone and yin and yang formula, and the patio in the middle was where you could seat yourself. So I had like black chip stone with a white dot in the middle of it, and white chip stone with a black dot in the middle, and stonework all around the outside to match it. I mean, to me, I still look at it and I think, oh man, that's stunning work, you know.
Right.
And I made all these little cubicles and cubby holes to put all his little stuff in. Like he had a little boy made out of pottery that his mother had made him when she was alive, right? And it was the same German style of a little boy wearing like a bib overall, pants, and that sort of stuff. And it was really an endearment to him that he just absolutely loved, you know. And so I made a special cubby hole in the very front of the piece for that article. And I think, you know, I mean, it's just a little stone house inside the wall. I mean, I'm a clever bastard, but you know I'm not skiting here. I'm just saying that just what I got out of it and what he offered me, I was able to offer him in return. You know.
Yeah.
And
right.
Yeah, you gave him back something personal, basically.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Craftsmanship with a personal touch. That's the best.
Was it this what was this figurine that you speak of? Was it a Hummel? Do you know?
No, it was a little boy. It was a little replica of him as a little boy. His mother made it, right?
Oh, it was.
Out of
Oh,
clay.
okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I hadn't heard that. I just picked up on the German, and I thought there's this collectionables, and they're called Hummels. But his mother actually, yeah, I get it now. Yeah, she made a little statue.
Yeah, I was just so beautiful, boy, and for me, I just done it. I feel like I've done it so much justice, you know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yes, you did.
And I don't know.
I know that feeling. I worked in a frame shop, and you know, people would come in with art pieces, and dude, I would have such a good feeling for it. That the first customer that I actually helped, she said to me, actually to my employer, she said, "Wow, this new guy that you have, like, I mean, he does help me very well. Where did you get him?" And she said, "Well, you're actually the first customer that he helps." At this moment, so we both started laughing. So yeah, I know the feeling, dude. I mean, to give it a good place, you know, that you handle it. So yeah. I know.
Thank you, boy, and I really, I resonate with people who are, you know, who appreciate that type of thing.
Yeah.
And I that's where I kind of like, if I look over my life now, and you know, bloody near 70 years, and I can say that there are parts of my life that absolutely I wouldn't even give a moment of thought for. But there are parts of my life, boy, that I treasure. You know, I treasure them.
Dude, I know what you're speaking of. Yeah. I mean, one of these moments that I treasure, now you mention it, was like we had this like magnificent, well, it was not such a snowstorm, but we seldom have any good snow, you know, in the last 20, 30 years. Before that, it was okay and pretty regular, but lately not so much. And in that year, or in that season, that winter, there was this great snow, you know. One day it was like, oh, I touched the snow and this made great snowballs, and it was perfect for making a snowman or whatever, you know. And it was like, I was so enthusiastic, but because it'd been so long.
Glue snow.
Yeah, right. Yeah, echte plaksneeuw. And and so I walked out that evening, and I just made little snow figures everywhere. You know, birds, turtles on hedges and everything.
Beautiful.
And I just I met children in the fields, and I started making snow dogs instead of snowmen, because everybody was making the snowman, and I started making snow dogs. And all the children walked away from the snowman, and they helped me making the snow dog. And I would walk away to the next field. Dude, it was so magical, and that was a moment that I cherish. And the next day, it kept on snowing, and it was the same kind of quality snow. I started making a dragon that would so the dragon would come in and out of the water like a monster of Loch Ness, right? So it would have some twirls over the snow and under the snow, and it had this. And I was making it, and these two youngsters come up to me, like Yusuf and Daniel were their names. They were like 13, 14 years old. And they said, "Oh, mister, can we help you? What are you making? What are you making?" I said, "Well, look, I'm going to make the head here." And I explained, yeah, I see it. Yeah, I'm starting to see what you mean. So what can we do? And dude, that was so magical. So, and yeah, I treasure it.
I feel it.
Yeah.
I started building that. I started building it with you there in my head, bro.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, those are those moments. One of those moments that I really cherish. Yeah.
Yeah.
People started making pictures because we made this dragon around the roundabout, you know, more or less in one corner of the roundabout, and people started making like 2 rounds and getting their cameras out, right? And then the next day the local paper came and made pictures, and we actually made the papers.
Bloody awesome.
Yeah.
So cool. Yeah.
And that's also one of the things, right? You just start doing something, and then it literally becomes a success. You know, success means following, right?
Yes.
And so what happened after that is, so this came to be a thing, right? People, wow, nice dragon. And the next day there was still snow, and I started doing. I thought I'm going to do more. I didn't know what to do. And then these girls came to me and said, "Sir, can you help us?" I said, "What do you mean?" "Well, you must be the mister that built this dragon. So what our plan is, we want to build an igloo. Can you help us build an igloo?" I said, "Well, I wasn't planning on building. I was planning on building a tower. I wasn't planning on building an igloo, but yeah, I could teach you how to build an igloo." And so we built an igloo with the 3 of us, dude.
Awesome.
Yeah, dude, that was awesome. Yeah.
I'd love to be a part of that. Yeah, that is so cool.
And people were walking by like, "What are you guys building?" I said, "Can't you see?" "Yeah, an igloo." "How do you guys know how to build this?" Right? I said, "Well, you know, I just started." So we just started. And these girls were so enthusiastic, right? And it was a magical experience. Yeah.
Actually, I watched the guy. He actually made a talking on that boy. I watched the guy. He made a template, like a box, and I don't know. I think he might have even used a plastic bin or something. But he was making ice blocks, right? But he was trying to get them as pure as possible, so there was not as much like air pockets in them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's
and I would say that would be part of the process of cutting out the ice block, is trying to eliminate as much flaws in that ice block as possible, so that when you build with it, it's not going to deteriorate in any way, right? So, you know, like when you cut the blocks, I'm sure you must have cut them and then like scrape the outer surface until it became a hard ice,
No,
pure ice.
no, we did build with snow, and so I
okay.
I had some buckets, and I instructed them to put in as much snow as they could, and then stamp it, right, and then put in more snow, stamp it as hard as they could until they couldn't stamp anymore, and then turn around the bucket and then cut them into half, first into half, and build with half a bucket, you know, and then later on with a third of a bucket. I would cut smaller segments.
I see. So you actually got the thing to curve in at the top, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It worked, and it was so magical because it was next to the roundabout, so there would always be somewhat traffic, right, or it would be busy, and you would sit inside and you would hear nothing. And it was just it was actually not an igloo but a stupa, you know what a stupa. Yeah.
Tell them to shove it in their dupa.
A stupa is where they keep it's actually a place of meditation. You know, it's just a very small tent built around you that you can sit in. And you see it a lot of stupas in India.
Yeah, because like the American Indian, I think, called them sweat lodges, right?
No. Stupa it's an igloo-like thing that's built around a statue. Usually a statue of.
But you know, years ago, I remember like a lady. She was having like a workshop, and she was doing different things that you could use to utilize, and so she got some cane, and these long lengths of cane, we pushed one end into the ground and bent it over, and we made and formed a small, like, igloo type building, right?
Yeah.
And then we put sacks over the top of it, and then covered it with dirt and clay until we had the whole outside covered with clay, and then we smoothed it off with water, and it just like became a small structure that dried out in the sun. But when you climbed inside it, the heat in there you just started sweating
instantly.
And you could even increase that heat in the wintertime by adding in hot rocks, right? And you could use it as a...
Once you are connected to the ground, you don't need any heating or cooling at all. If you just have connected to the ground, like in the cellar, it's always cool in winter. It's always warm in winter in the cellar, and it's cool in the summer in the cellar. Always. You don't need anything.
Cellar, I know.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the cellar is always the cellar. I mean, we have boxes underneath our flat building, right? And even these boxes they're not underground, but they're in contact with the ground. It's always 15 or 16 degrees there, right? It's always agreeable temperature. So
yeah, now you know why they don't make cellars anymore, because that's a free gift to.
Yeah, that's how you dude. If you have a cellar and you have a staircase next to your cellar, you actually don't even need heating. If you just if you arrange that in the right manner, you can have this spiral as we all know, that will just work.
Is that what they call a radium? Excuse me, boy. Is that what they call a radium?
I'm familiar with the terminology, but not how it's used in English with the word radium.
Yeah, no, it's just all right. It's all right because I was, because some of these old Tartarian buildings talk about the fireplace. It wasn't actually a fireplace.
That makes sense.
Like a heat exchange unit. Yeah.
Radiator.
But it's not really a heat exchange unit, but it's just, it's constantly exchanging the basic temperature from the ground, how do I say, the stable temperature, the stable ground temperatures that I forget. I think it's 16 degrees Celsius, something like that.
Yeah, something
15
like
or
that,
17.
15, 16.
Right? Yeah. And so that's a very agreeable. It might be a bit chilly if you get a little bit older. You might want it like 17 or 20 degrees, but if you have 15 degrees to start from, that's always good, dude. You're always gonna survive, always.
Yeah, that's what I like about those nature homes. You have some company in the Netherlands that makes bricks from hennep fibers.
Yeah.
And you got big piles of dried grass, hay bales, and they have and wood, basic wood and clay. There's a lot of new nature-proof homes that are being built, the new generations, basically.
A lot of new inventions.
Yeah, new innovations, basically with old tech, because hennep was big in years back. They made everything from hennep.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the people next to me, the people next to me are called Hennepveld. That's the name for hennep field, right?
Yeah.
Hemp field, and the one before that this is very weird. The one that used to live next to me was called Hennephof. Will you believe it? I'm not kidding you.
Well, you're at the right place.
I think so. That's weird, right? So one is called the first one that lived there was called Hennephof, and the one that came living there that lived there now is called Hennepveld. But of course, that's just a derivation from hemp field, and they think it's from hens and like chickens, but I know it's not. No, you don't have a field of chickens. No,
the hennep fibers could solve a lot of problems in this world.
Yeah, like they did.
I'm gonna end this in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go now, Charles. I was thinking about it half an hour ago, but we.
What time is it over there? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
A few minutes after 9:30.
It's
8:33. 8:33 over here.
21:33. So that's 3:33.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Wow.
Yeah. So of course, he wants to leave. He wants to make a fabulous exit. On 3:33.
Is there any good movies, Marcel, you've been watching?
Well, recently, this weekend, to be exact, I saw the Expendables, Part 4. It was pretty entertaining. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for something new to watch.
Well, that's not a bad movie. I really liked it. It's a lot of exaggerated scenes, but yeah, it was still pretty cool. Yeah.
A movie that still sticks to my mind is Vivarium. About a young couple that's looking for a place to live. They're young and happy, and they want to buy a house. and they walk into this how do you call this, a makelaarskantoor, a broker's office, house broker's office. And he's such a weird guy, and and they totally step into a trap, and you're gonna have to see it. It's very, how do you say?
Well, I'm gonna look that one up. I haven't seen that one, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up myself.
Yeah, and it might not be your kind of movie, but it's I like it when the style of a movie is very simple, when it's almost like a cartoon, but it's got a very good storyline. This is one of them. Vivarium. So it's VIVERIUM. Vivarium.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna look it up. Well, thanks for having me, Charles, and thank you, everyone.
Good to speak to you again, Marcel, and have a great
Martin.
evening.
Absolutely great to be with you guys, all you guys here today, and just to share that what we share with each other. It's great to be a part of it.
Yeah,
and thank you very much, guys. All of you, I've enjoyed myself this morning, and now I can start my day and head out there. I've got a few posts to put in today.
I think it's awesome that I know people from everywhere now. Not everywhere, but other places besides here.
Dude, Dean is from the future, dude. It's not any place.
Dean's in Wednesday already.
Right?
I'm only in mid-Tuesday.
Hey, Dean, it was great talking to you again, dude.
Absolutely, boy. Thank you very much for coming up and being part of the conversation. I really enjoyed myself. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you got to come up more, boy, when you're not busy.
Yeah, I think I got to start my own channel, dude.
Yeah, start one. What happened to your other one?
It was deletionated.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I know how that goes.
Well, yeah, we all have that. The time, every time all the times I've been blocked on Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook. I don't even go on there.
It's insane. It's insane.
I don't either. Actually, I've basically blocked it out of my feed now. Yeah.
Facebook and Instagram. Thank you, Marcel, Dean, Boy. Appreciate everyone.
Yep.
I should start an Instagram too. I mean, with my divine body, in my superstar looks.
Absolutely.
I mean, I look like a rock star, so I think I should have an Instagram model, or start being a t-shirt model. I'm a t-shirt model on Instagram.
Well, there you go. Chuck can design and make the t-shirts and then send them over to you.
I can see that happening.
You can do the boardwalk thing, and yeah.
He's gonna be the world's best hoodie model ever. He's gonna wear all the hoodies. He's not gonna wear the t-shirts. He's gonna wear all the hoodies. He's gonna make every hoodie look good. That's what Charles does. Just think of any silly hoodie, even the silliest hoodies. Charles wears it and it looks cool.
Absolutely.
I think you got to try like that, something unexpected.
Yeah. There you go, boy. I love your imagination. Yeah. Very cool, you all.
Thanks,
much love to you.
I'm gonna go.
All right, Marcel. Peace. One love.
Dean. Have a great day.
One love, everyone. One love to the chat too. Thank you.
One love, boy, Dean. And thank you, Flat Earth Nation, man, for sharing too and coming up. I appreciate that. And who else? Oh, yeah, and Facebook. Peace, Dean. Have a good day. And boy, peace. One love to everybody. And peace and love to everyone in the chat. And most likely I'll be live tomorrow again. Same time, same place. And peace out.